Mesimore alalela, modimo wahalalela, modimo wahalalela. Modimo wahalalela, modimo wahalalela, modimo wahalalela. Sincerita wahalalela, wahalalela, wahalalela. Amen. Amen. We can all sit down for now. Thank you very much to everyone who has attended this meeting that has been called by our Premier. I am going to be the MC for this session, and I think we all have the agendas. My name is Pastor Nongaba Musunkutu. I just want to say thank you very much to everyone who has attended here, our guests, our pastors, the media, and everyone who has come to this meeting. We are not going to waste any time because we have already ran short of the time. But what I want to say is that we are going to adhere to the rules as per infection control. We are going to set some rules before we start this meeting. One of the rules is this. As we come, there is somebody at the door with the sanitizer. And once we have started, I have this mic. No one is going to use this mic because it has already been sanitized. Then in terms of the proceedings, once we continue with the proceedings, we're going to have 2 people who will be having the roving masks, the roving mics, with the mics and giving it to each and every speaker. I just wanted to put this into perspective because the reason why we are meeting today, it is because of the scourge of the coronavirus. Had it not been of that, it would not be here. So for me, that is very, very important. Without any waste of time, I will ask Lizo to start the song, which you know. Before ndicela utata Umhlomi to come forward and open this meeting with a prayer, can we all stand up? And know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I to lawazi ngingutiko to lawazi wazi ndinguThixo thula wazi ndinguThixo thula wazi ndinguThixo thula wazi ndinguThixo. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. Amen. Okay. At this point in time, I will ask Reverend Muhlomi to come forward and give us the opening prayer. God says in his word, we must be still and know that he is God. All the diseases, God knows what is happening right now. God is our healer. That is why the song says, be still and know that I am God. I'm the author and the finisher of everything. So God is in charge. Amen.
Mastanders, let us pray. Common spade. Emagameni amathathu igama leloyise nelonyana nelomoya engcwele. Thixo wethu omhle kangaka ekuseni nje emtrinito oyigcwele. Sibulela ithuba Thixo namandla lokuba sizohlangana kule ndawo. Thixo wethu sibizwe nguwe kuvume wena umtrinito oyingcwele. Silapha ke Thixo wethu sithi ngena nokungena kwethu kulomsebenzi. Sicela umoya wakho Thixo wethu ungene phakathi kule ndawo. Uhlale Thixo wethu kwingqondo nakwingqiqo zethu nakwingcamango zethu. Everything that is going to be discussed and deliberated in this place, Thixo namandla amakhulu sicela wena into kokuba uyikhokele. Bless this day Thixo wethu, and this day, oh Lord, it is the day that you have made. Thixo namandla amakhulu baba ungavumanga ngesingekho apha Thixo namandla amakhulu. So therefore we ask for your protection njengoba silapha Thixo namandla amakhulu. Not only us as we are gathered in this place Thixo namandla amakhulu, but mtrinito engcwele, stretch your hand all over the world Thixo wethu ubonakalisa into kuba you are God Thixo wethu namandla amakhulu. Nangeli thuba mtrinito engcwele usenguThixo. Lawula ke Thixo namandla amakhulu, lawula thabatha indawo belo lihle lesabatha. Silapha ke mtrinito engcwele sithi ngena nathi ngokudebe kunaphakade. Amen.
Thank you very much. We can all be seated. At this point in time, I will call upon our MEC, MEC Nomantu Raliho Konkomo, to come forward and introduce our premier. Bulelani kuye wova kuba elungile kuba ububele bakhe bubo baphakade.
Thank you. Iyasebenza le. Thank you so much, Mrs. Nongaba. I think before I introduce the Premier, I just want to say a few words because I want to quote from the Bible when they say, as natural disasters, sickness and many attacks increase around the world, let our hearts not be overwhelmed by fear, but rather let's go into a real place of shelter and refuge as revealed by Psalm 19. In the book of Psalm 27, verse 1, the Bible confirms that indeed. It says, the Lord is our light and salvation. Whom shall we fear? He alone will renew our strength. Occasionally, fear is a normal part of life. We may fear the worst when we discover an otherwise unnoticed lump under our arm. This coronavirus news, unusual heights, storms, air turbulences, or excessive speed may frighten us. Although everyone is afraid sometimes, other people's lives are dominated by fear. In the book of Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7, God says, unto us that he has not given a spirit of fear, but of power and a sound mind. Excessive fear, continually imagining the worst, is unhealthy. God is daily planning the best for us. He is fully capable of taking every experience in our life and working good out of it. Those are the Romans chapter 8, verse 28. And I have faith as small as a mustard seed. You can say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you. That's what Matthew says at chapter 17, verse 10. We need to come together and united as a country with faith like a mustard seed that he is in control of every circumstances of our life. And we can trust in him to work all things for good. I leave you with these few words today that says that give God your fears, bring him all the troubles, allow him to deliver you from crippling fears. What you are afraid of today, kneel before him. Present him with everything that makes you afraid. He will replace your fears with faith. He will replace anxieties with assurance, your worries with wisdom, and he will replace your troubles with his tender touch. Amen. On that note, bomama no tata bam no tate wethu abalapha namhlanje, I want to introduce to you the Premier of Gauteng, Ubabu David Makhura, who felt that today, that must be the day that we gather here with yourselves, all of you that are leading in your churches, so that when you leave here with the message, you take it directly to the congregations. The second person that is with us, it's Ubaba Ubandile Masuku, who is a doctor and our MEC for health, who has been working so tirelessly since this thing has happened of this virus in our country and in our province. Baba no Babu Bandile, we really thank you for your support, especially on the religious sector, because out of all things that we are doing in the province, you decided that this is one of the most sectors that we must never forget in this province. And I think today we are bearing those fruits sitting in this room with your support of us, teaching us, some of us, how to pray, teaching us how to lead in these communities without fear. On that note, thank you so much, Sister Ngaba. And I will hand over to Bab Makhura to talk to us as the religious sector. Then after that, MEC Bandile Masuku will take us into details of what is expected of us when we go back to our communities. You are all welcome today. Thank you.
Dumelang Baholo, Dumelang Barut. Good morning, the leaders of our faith-based community in Gauteng province. Sanbonan, abefundisi. Huye more. Tovela, Baruti. abusheni ndimacheroni lochani. I normally meet with the religious sector, the leaders of faith-based community in Gauteng, in a big hall. The last time I met with the leaders of the faith-based sector was last year. You remember we met in Ekurhuleni. We were about 500. So 500 leaders across the faith-based sector in Gauteng was not even representative. After that meeting, others called me and said, Premier, you called a meeting and we were excluded, and explain why we must pray for you. When you exclude us, when you invite us to meetings, you leave out others, but you come to church, you come to mosque, you come to the temple and say, pray for the leaders. But when you have meetings, you leave us out. You can imagine that there are many today who are not here who are saying the same. That Premier, we know that you can't call a big meeting, but how did you select those who are there? And you have left us out. Can you understand that they will be right to say, out of the 50 or so people that you have invited to the meeting, that there are many, out of that 500, there were still many who felt left out, even when we had the 500 that we had at Emperor's Palace last year in 2019. So I first want to apologize to those who are not here, because I know that when we in our province, when we call a meeting with the leaders of the faith-based sector, everybody wants to be there. And I want to thank you firstly for your response. But pass my apology to those you meet who say, Archbishop Zondo, we hear you were there. Why were we left out? Just pass my apology. Say to them that I apologize profusely in advance, that we couldn't be all here. It's the circumstances. And I also believe that even this day was made by God.
Amen.
Even this day.
Yes.
Was made by God. There's no day that is not made by Him. Having said that, I don't have to give a lot of background, because we all know our country and the world is facing one of those moments where leadership is required. And as men of faith and as women of faith, you know that the Bible does talk about leadership. You know that you yourselves, the work you do, whether it's of Muslim faith or Hindu faith or Christian faith, you know that the work you do requires a lot of leadership. And leadership is not easy. Even in the church, it is not easy. Even in the church, where people come there because they have one purpose, even there it is not easy to lead people. There will always be those who feel that no, umfundisi soyasilahla manje. There will be those who say no, sesiyambona manje upastor. Akusiyiyo le ndlela ahamba ngayo. Asithi la ya Jesu le. So there will be those. So leadership is required at this moment. Our president has given leadership by saying to the country on Sunday that we are facing extraordinary circumstances. The outbreak of the global pandemic, coronavirus, needs us to mobilize the whole society. And we need leadership from every sector to deal with this situation. So the president and the national government sat down and said, under these circumstances, there should be certain extraordinary measures. And let me tell you, we are approaching Easter weekend in our country. Especially those of Christian faith, we know that that is a very special moment. And that's that moment where even people who sometimes during the course of the year don't go to church, they preach.
Yes.
So the church at Easter is a special moment. You have big numbers. You have people from all over, not just in the local communities where you are operating, not just the church conferences, but we have big numbers of people coming to reconcile themselves with their God. So we know that the extraordinary measures that have been put in place would have a big impact on many sectors, on normal operations, on households, on businesses, but they will have a bigger impact on the church, especially given the time we are moving into now, the Easter weekend. And there is no sector that is not affected. I must tell you, there is no sector, and there's no faith that's not affected. What I would like this morning is to say that, firstly, many of you have already responded to the President's call. Some of you attended the national meeting yesterday, and I just want to check who was at the national meeting yesterday, other than the Gauteng meeting today. So there are two who were at the national meeting yesterday. In fact, there are three. Father Mkacho, I thought you were at the national meeting yesterday. Okay. So the President has been spearheading this. So the my first message to you is that we are doing everything in response to the call made by our President. And we are doing this as provincial government and local government in conjunction, together with various sectors of society. Yesterday, I met with all the political parties represented in the Gauteng legislature. And let me tell you, all the measures that the President announced, they were supported by the parties at a national level. They also met with the President. You saw it. Even in the Gauteng legislature, all the parties, without exception, they said, we support what. So we met with them and briefed them, myself and Dr. Masuku, on what we are doing in Gauteng, and that's why we are meeting with you today. So today, in addition to the national announcement made by the President and the ministers, we are coming to share with you and to work with you how we can make Gauteng province less vulnerable than it is at the moment. And I want you, when we live here, you should understand that Gauteng is very vulnerable. We also want you to understand why Gauteng numbers are much higher, and they will continue to be higher. We mustn't underestimate the situation. We will share with you what makes it difficult for us to contain or curb the spread of coronavirus in Gauteng province. But I also know that the churches in Gauteng province are bigger. I don't know if you agree with me. Maybe you come from smaller congregations. You come from smaller congregations? Baruti? No, I know. If you don't want to disclose your numbers, I know them. I know them because some of you know I've been to your churches. And I've counted how many people come just on a normal Sunday, not Easter weekend, normal Sunday. So our province is not a small province. So firstly, we we have the biggest population in the Republic. So 1 out of every 4 South Africans you meet lives in Gauteng. So if you find 4 South Africans together, it is likely that one of them lives in Gauteng. And the rest of the 3 may be spread from the 8 other provinces. So we constitute 25% of the population of the country is here. The second thing is that Gauteng province is a port of entry. So how we, especially through air travel, we know that OR Tambo International Airport, that's the main means of transport, air travel into South Africa. This is the biggest aviation hub. Even people from the neighboring countries first fly, they fly into South Africa, a lot of them, and then take connecting flights to the neighboring countries because they don't have the number of airlines we have operating. So we are the aviation hub of sub-Saharan Africa. You would have seen that air travel is one of the main factors through which coronavirus is transmitted. So people who are traveling by air, yes, of course, by ship, but we have a larger numbers of people who are using air travel. So when you arrive in South Africa, yes, Cape Town is also an international airport, but it only carries a very small number. King Shaka is also an international airport, but it only carries a very small number of South Africans or people internationally who are coming into South Africa, except business people who are going for specific business things in there. But most people who come here come through OR Tambo. The third reason is that we have one of the largest foreign missions. South Africa has got one of the largest number of foreign missions located anywhere else in the world. They say it's either the second or the third, but we have more than 140 foreign missions located in our capital city. So you can understand what that means. It means that there are a lot of people who are working as diplomats in our country, and part of their work is traveling all the time between their countries and our country. So by virtue of being the diplomatic capital, so almost what New York is, because we have the United Nations located there, and large number, we are not having the same number, but in the south, we have the largest number. Other than New York, we have the largest number of diplomatic missions. So that's why when we can't just sit like we are any other province. That's the third reason. The fourth reason is because we have large numbers. We have 15.2 million people in Gauteng. That's why I say we are constituting 25% of South Africa's population. But these people, most of them use public transport systems. So we have a public transport system that transports millions of people on a daily basis to work and to different places across it. And public transport, you remember I said air travel is a very big transmitter. When there's an outbreak of any disease, public transport, because when you go there to Park Station, when you go to the Pretoria Station, in the Val, when you go to the Vereeniging taxi rank. So in each area, we've got huge public transport nodes where a lot of our people go through every day. If you look at the trains, if you look at the taxis, they transport large number. They interact every day. So that's an area of vulnerability. So we are not like any other province. There are provinces that are smaller, where smaller numbers of people come through together on a daily basis than we do. We have large numbers of people on a daily basis through public transport. The fifth reason why the Gauteng is vulnerable is that we have densely populated human settlements. Batho ba rona, bongata ba bona, ko di informal settlements, lo ko makeisheneng. So they are densely populated. So when we talk about social distancing measures, it's very difficult when people have to come through the trains. Every day they are going to work. They've got to go through those. So some of the social distancing measures are not going to be easy to implement, but we must implement. And then we have organizations. So outside where people settle, we have organizations like the churches. We have workplaces. We have businesses that have large number of people. You go to the West End, one mine. You go to one mine that employs 5,000 people or even 10,000 people who work in one mine. And then we've got the churches, as you know. We've got the schools. We have 2.4 million learners in our schools. So shutting them down. So the churches, or the religious sector, the churches, our mosques, our temples, are also those key sites of where our people converge in prayer. Because human beings are spiritual beings. Our constitution here says in South Africa, there are those who pray, there are those who are religious, but those who are not religious also have a place. And there are different faiths. But we know the majority of our people are people of faith. The majority of our South Africans are people of faith. So that's why when we identify how we must be working together to make sure we minimize the risk and we curb the spread, we can't leave out such a key sector as the faith-based sector. But we also know that the faith-based sector is not just a place where there are larger numbers of people, but it is also the place where, by every account, people get the source of inspiration from there. They get the source of, even when things are difficult like now, that's where they get the source of inspiration to wake up one more day and face difficulties like the one we are facing right now. We also know you do very important work. You are also in many areas, whether we are dealing with social ills, whether we are dealing with education. So the faith-based sector also plays a very, very important role in not only in the spiritual strengthening of human beings, but you are also investing a lot. I know when I come to church, and I know I also know that a lot of those collections are also used to help those who are not doing well in our communities. So anybody can say things about the church, the religious leaders. Yes, we know there are places where there may be things that people, but you know what, they get given to drink petrol. But that's not representative.
Yeah.
It's not representative of the good.
Yeah.
A lot of the good that's happening in many faith-based organizations and churches and mosques and temples. So when someone does something wrong, can't just say that, no, the religious leaders are bad.
Yes.
Those of us who interact with you, not only once, not only when there's a crisis, but on an ongoing basis, we know the good that you are doing in our communities. We know that. We know that you also feed the hungry. You also clothe those who have nothing. You also give children from households where nobody works. You help them to get them school uniforms, give them shoes. You also take children to university. I know that. you educate children who would, today we have a lot of professionals, black professionals, who would otherwise not, who would have been lost if it wasn't for the role of the church. We know you also played an important role in the most difficult time in the history of our country.
Yes.
When we were confronting apartheid, we also know the church was a sanctuary for us, the youth.
Yes.
The place where we ran to when the police were looking for us, when we were young people. We know many of us got to university because the church worked with many international organizations, Father Mkachwa, and raised funding to get these activists, young activists, who could otherwise not even go to university, to pay for their first registration fee at university. So we face a major, major threat. We also come to you now. We know that these measures impact negatively on your normal operations. We know some of you, there may have been those even who were just thinking, look at the government again, they just want to regulate. But I also know many of you have started taking measures on your own. To say, in my church, in all our branches, in all our mosques, in all our temples, let's reintroduce basic hygiene. And by the way, some of these things is the things we are supposed to do normally. And I want to urge you that even when coronavirus is gone, keep the measures of basic hygiene in place. In our households, in our churches, in our government buildings, in places where people gather. Let's keep these measures in place, because there will always be another outbreak of an epidemic or a pandemic. One of the important things about both the church and the Quran is that there are also books of history. Yes. The word there's also, in various books, there's also history about how when a particular people were faced by an outbreak. So the outbreak like the one we face, as people who, I know if I was to give you a chance, you are going to even quote me various verses.
Yes.
About the outbreaks and how people responded. And what does the word say about that? We need you to work with government. To get the message out to our people. And secondly, to ensure that we do a very difficult thing. I listened to the president yesterday explain. When you say the service must be less than 100, it is very difficult for you. But we face an extraordinary moment, and we need extraordinary leadership. We need extraordinary measures. And I want to say to you, here in Gauteng province, if we just implement those measures, some of them MEC for Health is going to take you through them. If we implement them with patience, at least in the next 4 weeks, including places where we know in communities where our people ordinarily over the weekend gather there, there are swimming pools there, our children, even the spaces where our children play. If we implement those just for the period that we need this extraordinary response, we will help to save lives. But I also think that we should call on you to help pray for the end of this disease.
Yes.
There may be those who don't believe in prayer. And many of you who are sitting here know we respect, as the premier, I must respect everybody, but I believe in prayer.
Amen.
When it is tough like it is tough now,
Amen.
we must not only implement these measures, but we must also kneel down and pray.
Yes.
And it is your job to help ensure throughout the province that we, in addition to all the things we can do, the things the president said must be done, in addition to that, we must do that which you are called upon. It is your calling to get our nation to pray. And in this province, we have done it before. When we had the outbreak of violence against foreign nationals, we called on you. I remember we even held a prayer service in the stadium on a day that normally is a difficult day for you, on a Sunday, but it has been very successful. We have had many prayer services in our province whenever we face difficulties, but we lead a province that's very, very vulnerable. Let me tell you, after Easter, just as we go to Easter, a lot of people also travel out of Gauteng. So if we don't contain the spread in Gauteng, you know what this is going to do? As more people go out to the different parts of the country, as they usually do in Easter, they are going to cause the spread in the different parts of our country. So Gauteng has to work 10 times harder than a province that doesn't have the same challenges, that doesn't have the same disposition. But we are also an economic hub. In one day, the number of trucks that are passing through Gauteng, from the ports, from Durban right up to Zambia, transporting goods and services, are many. So we are also the nerve center, not just of South Africa. So if we don't do extraordinary measures here to contain the spread, we will also impact negatively on what is happening, not just in South Africa. So this is a moment, our leaders, that requires extraordinary leadership. Our president has given, so far, he has given good leadership. But we can't just say the president must do these things. So we, in provincial and local government, and in civil society, in the various sectors of our population, are the people who can make those things real. We can make those things happen. And at this point, I want to call upon Dr. Bandile Masuku to just share with you. So, as part of understanding what Gauteng is, to share with you what we have put in place. So there are national measures, but there are those additional things we thought with municipalities we must also do, in addition to what has been announced nationally, to just make sure we minimize the spread and we curb the spread and we safeguard our people. And I want to say to you, maybe these measures may increase if the spread does not slow down. You may find that what we have a month later needs to be even escalated. You may find that the 100 limit may still, as the spread is not slowing down or the curve is not flattening, we may even have to go to reducing the numbers. That, in fact, I can't even meet with you. We may go to a point where we must find ways of communicating without even coming together like this. But we pray to our Almighty that He will give us the wisdom to overcome and the strength to fight this battle.
Yes.
And that you, as the leaders in the forefront of this as the prayer warriors, that you will not just be working with us, but you will talk to your congregations, and we will see a major turnaround in our country. And this message we are taking to everybody. So we have met with the taxi industry. We have met with the political leaders. later this afternoon, I'm meeting with business. You know that the business will also be hugely impacted. National government is introducing measures to see, that's why yesterday the Reserve Bank announced the cut in interest rates. And every country is trying to respond comprehensively in different ways. But I believe very much that when we are moving in tandem with you as an important sector in our society, in our communities, we can make a huge impact. And that's why we have called you here today. Thank you very much for coming. We couldn't take more than we have been able to take today. We welcome Reverend Moerane. Reverend Moerane has crossed the floor, as you know. He is also a mayor now. But he comes from you. He comes from you. Thank you very much. May I call our MEC. He is the doctor in the house. He doesn't just talk about this as an MEC, but he also talks about it as a health professional who understands also the nature of the disease itself, COVID-19, who also understands that at the moment there's no cure. We must never allow any confusing messages. There's no cure. The best way is to work together and implement all the other measures. So over to you, Dr. Masuku.
Thank you, Premier. Good morning, everyone, our religious leaders who have come here to bless us with their presence and give us their prayers in these trying times that we are facing as the world, not only as a country or as a province, but as the world. The Premier has done everything easy for me because I think he has laid the basis of why Gauteng is one of the crucial provinces that we need to take extraordinary measures to make sure that we protect our country, our people, and most importantly, the health system of our country and of the province. Archbishop Zondo, you'll bear with me. It's going to be a revision for you because already you have heard the presentation in your place of worship last week, Saturday, because we started there because we wanted also to check, the mood, assess the mood before the president can make these announcements, how the response and how the public will actually accept them. So we used the opportunity when we spoke to your congregation and to your seminar just to check whether are we on the right track or not. But sometimes, as politicians, we normally do take decisions that sometimes the people are not really in congruence with them. But I just want to also bore you a bit, indulge you slightly on just the science, because when we talk about the science, it will make sense on why we have to take some of the measures. So that I don't only talk about the measures, but you also understand where the science of the measures comes from. And I'll also upfrontly say that the number 100, I'm not sure where it comes from. I asked the president, I've asked the advisors, I've asked everybody. But I think the number 100 is a number that is chosen to demonstrate the seriousness on what we need to be doing. Because sometimes when we say let's minimize the numbers, sometimes we need to give some guidance and guidelines and also demonstrate seriousness and commitment in the restriction. We all know that the virus was first identified in China. Actually, when the whole world was preparing itself for celebrating the New Year on the 31st of December 2019, there was a big announcement that was made coming from China, talking about a viral pneumonia that was besieging the town of Wuhan. And that virus was actually first noted, the disease pattern of this virus was first noted by a doctor who's now late, who's known as a whistleblower, and he was somehow punished by the Chinese government because he produced a video in YouTube warning the whole world that there's something that is actually coming that is killing the Chinese people around Wuhan, which looks like a flu virus, which looks like a SARS virus that we have seen before in 2003. And he actually is one of those who I think as a whole world we need to respect and show our appreciation just to warn the world about its presence. On the 7th of January, the pathogen or the virus itself was then identified and was given a name which was called SARS-2. But later on, we now, to just make it easier, because it causes, it's coronavirus that causes infection disease, which was identified in 2019. So that's why the word COVID comes from. So it's coronavirus infection disease. That's why the abbreviation that we are using now. So all these are things that we should just have to understand. The important thing about also this virus that it also covered by usually we talk about enveloped. We know how an envelope covers a letter or puts in a letter. So it's an enveloped virus because there are other viruses that are not enveloped, but this one, it's an enveloped virus, and its envelope is made up of a fat layer. This fact is an important fact that I have to tell you, because then when we talk about the measures, it will make it easy to understand what do you need just to disinfect and be able to denature or kill the virus on your hands or any other actual surface. The second part about this virus is that it's not spread through air. It's not an airborne virus like all the other pathogens, like TB. It's an airborne disease. So we can inhale it. You know, it comes into our lungs, but because our lungs and our immune system, they are stronger, they are able to deal with the pathogen or that bacteria that comes in. This one is a droplet transmission. So it has to be carried through a medium, which is fluid, and mostly it's saliva, it's sneezing fluids when we sneeze, and usually when we cough, and even that deep one that we normally fetch when we are angry with somebody, you know, that one that you fetch, the sputum. It's also found there. So these are facts that I also have to tell you, because then when we do some of the things about testing, the most sensitive way of testing this virus is to get the sputum deep, deep, deep down. But because now we can't get everybody to do that all the time, we just use the throat, the tonsils, just to inside do a swab and take it there. The blood test is not that sensitive, because it's only when the virus has actually taken over your body, then you can get into that stage. So these are facts that I think are important so that we know them, because it makes you to understand what happens. But also when we talk about the droplet transmission, it means that because we are meeting here, it might not mean that I can breathe and then you can get it. But if I can, like as I'm talking, something comes out of the mouth, it lands here, and Pastor touches there, and it gets in, and then because I know most of you are holding their faces now, but now we have to then say to people, don't hold your faces before you wash your hands, or you rub your eyes or your noses, because that's how then it gets into your body, and that's how it actually develops and spread. Why we want 1 meter distance between two people? We all know that the projection when you speak, when you sneeze, usually it lands around 1 meter. In other countries, they've actually said 2 meters, but the World Health Organization advises that 1 meter apart. Then the other part about this virus is that it causes common symptoms that we all know. Many of us, since the beginning of this month, maybe we have had those symptoms. We have had some nasal congestion, blocked nose. We had some dry cough. We had some sore throat. We had some fever. And these are common cold and common flu symptoms. It makes it difficult for anyone to differentiate. But I'm telling you this fact so that you also understand that then that's why we should not test everybody. There are certain people that we should be testing, not everybody, because these are common viral infection that we get. The other part about these symptoms is that it also makes you understand the form of treatment that we have to initiate on you. And as the Premier said rightfully, I think it's a secret that has been out for long, that flu symptoms, or when you go to the doctor and say, can I have flu? And they give you treatment. It's not a treatment that in essence destroys the virus that caused the flu. In actual fact, it's your body that fights and mounts an immune system and a response to fight the flu. So the treatment we give you is just to support your body, make it more optimum so that the body can then mount the response when the time is arrived. So usually we talk about 3 to 5 days when your immune system kicks in and it does work in that fashion. So these are the things that we need to understand, because then when we talk about some of the measures, then you'll understand what we are talking about. Treatment that we give is also what we call supportive treatment. So because it affects the lungs, usually the oxygen gets lower. And when you've got lower oxygen in your body tends to be in a very stressed level, and it doesn't able to mount a particular immune system response. So we give you support to give you oxygen when you've got severe symptoms. But when you've got mild ones, it's the one that just give you a Panado, and then we give you vitamin C when we've got a medical aid. Give you vitamin C, we give you a very nice alcohol-based cough mixture, and then we send you home, and with some tablets that will just decongest your nose. So this is the treatment that we give. Even this, in this light, even with coronavirus, the support treatment that we get for people who are hospitalized, it's when they need oxygen and they are more having more body pains, and they need to be assisted to breathe, like they need ICU and ventilation. Then it's just to talk about the high-risk groups now. The high-risk groups, unfortunately, they are the elderly, those who are above 50. That's the median age. And that's why when you look at Italy and Europe, they are having so many deaths because they've got a very old generation, which is a very huge part of the population in Italy. But besides that, they also have got a cut-off in terms of the criteria they use when they need to help you in ICU. In ICU, it's not like every country has got a lot of beds, which is something that we need to clear, that we are not going to be able to admit 15.2 million people, even into ICU, even in just a normal ward. So we might also call on you to even give us your big spaces in your church to convert them to areas where we can quarantine other people, should it get there. But I'm hoping and praying that we don't get there. So in Italy, the cutoff is 70. When you're above 70, they don't put, actually 65, they don't put you on a vent, no matter how much you need it. They'll just give you oxygen and maybe continuously pray for you. But that's what they do. That's why the whole epidemic in Italy has been very high. But it has also killed a lot of men. A lot of men, male species who are older. Mainly because in Asia they smoke a lot. All men mostly in Asia they smoke, particularly in China. And they've got a predisposition for the virus to infect them because of the lungs problem. And also the pollution that you find in China on the air, it's not very good, and it affects the lungs and it makes their lungs a bit compromised. So this is just a broader discussion about, and it doesn't choose race. So all of us can get it, whether we are black, Indian, colored, whatever color you are, you will be able to get it. So there's a myth that has been developing around that says that when you are black and when you are even darker. There was also, if you're even darker, you won't be able to get it. But it's a myth, It kills everyone. It doesn't choose any color. So young kids are not that vulnerable. And it doesn't mean that they can't be infected. It just means that they are not infected in large numbers. Because there are some cells that develop over you when you grow in the lungs, which normally are very low, at a low level when you are young, and it makes it not easy for the virus to attack you. So I've covered that part on the history and also the logic on most of the things that we have been. So the reason now that is important is just to cover why is it important for any country to take drastic measures. And drastic measures are just an intermediate phase before you get to the actual lockdown. Because when we get to the actual lockdown, we won't even be able to sit around here. We won't be able to talk to each other. But I think the Premier would have said to you that we must look at this as an opportunity as a country and as a province to fast track most of the things that we have planned and we have put to the community of Gauteng in our Growing Gauteng Together 2030. So most of the things we have been talking about, Wi-Fi and data must fall. It means the Premier must guarantee, and MEC in Raleigh, that data must really fall and we must be able to do a lot of things online. Some of us, we used to joke about it, that we must have meetings when you are home and you don't have to come together. And when you are disorderly in a meeting, we just switch you off. We don't have to then have people who are going to come and drag you out of the meeting. It will make it easier, but that's what the smart cities that we are looking towards to build have it. So we need to have a very strong capacity to make communication easy amongst ourselves without actually gathering. So we are taking it as an opportunity. For the health department, the things that we are planning to do in the next 5 years, it means we must try and fast track them now so that we build we use this opportunity of this pandemic to, in actual fact, fast track and build up the capacity of our healthcare system. In the south of Johannesburg, there's a clinic that has been converted to a district hospital some time ago, and we have not utilized those beds. We have not fully activated that clinic in Lenasia South to be at a level of a district hospital. People of the south, they go to Begimlangeni for their referral, which is a very long distance. But with this opportunity, it gave us an opportunity to activate that clinic quickly in terms of staff, in terms of equipment, and in terms of beds, so that we can be able to activate. So now we know we've got 150 beds there which are available for us if any case we are going to need them. So there are many other examples like that throughout the province. So we're activating them quite quickly. So the drastic measures are important to know that China took its decision to do a lockdown on the 21st of January. That was almost like 14 days, 2 weeks after they first identified the virus. And at that time, the only number that they were talking about was less than 10,000 of people that were dying and who were infected. But the large number, which now they discovered later, was those who were carrying the virus and they were not aware. So those who are aware, even now, when we talk about the statistics that we give you, like yesterday we were told that we're on 150, and in Gauteng we are on 76. So it means we are talking about those who we have tested. So the challenge becomes those who have been infected, who are just walking around being unaware. So the lockdown becomes important, that we drop and be able to treat those we know, but now limit the movement of all the others so that they continue not to spread it. So this is what the drastic measures comes in terms of what we call social distancing and other restrictions that we have put into place. So this, as I've said, is an intermediate before we go to lockdown. And of course, as a democratic country, we needed to consult and take into consideration a lot of factors. One of them is just the impact on the economy. 2 weeks back, which we found that our economy is not growing very well. So we are leading very definitely to recession. So we cannot at the point shut down the economic activity in the country. But also it means as government we must take some steps to see how we support business in this period. So the restrictions as pronounced by the president, we then made them more. We met with the mayors, with the premier at the Exco, with all the mayors of Gauteng. We've got 4 of them currently. For Sintwane, we don't have a mayor. We then gave the mayors also the opportunity as municipalities to also inform what they will do as municipalities. And then we have a comprehensive plan. Before I even go to that, that's my last part, is that when we do the lockdown or we do the restrictions, the countries that took the cue from China and did the same time with China, they never experienced peaks of infection. So their infection rate remained constant and low throughout. Even now, they've never had those peaks. The countries who said, no, China, we know there's no democracy and they do things the other way, we see them. Now the second epicenter is in Europe because they disregarded the warning and they disregarded the measures that were taken by China. So for us, the first patient we had was a week ago or 2 weeks ago, the one in KZN. And now currently we are sitting at 150. So in 2 weeks' time, in 2 weeks we had these infections that grew up to this point. So we needed to convince everybody, our leaders, the president, the premier, just to say these are measures that needs to be taken. And they will save lives and they will make us be able to do with this thing properly. So social distancing, one of them which affects the churches more is that social gatherings must be restricted. Like I've said, the number 100, it's a magical number. I'm not sure where it comes from, but at least it's a commitment that we are starting somewhere. And like the premier said, we might escalate and even go to no gatherings at all. So all the church, we are proposing that all the social gatherings as a decision should be restricted to a number 100. And the second one is that, which is something that is supposed to happen. When you have more than 100 people, I think 50 or 100 people, in terms of the regulations of gatherings, your police station must know and your councillor must know. And the security, there's something called JOG that needs to be aware. So when you organize a funeral, organize a wedding, now we need you to register yourself, or not register, we must use nice terms. Notify the authorities, the police station and the councillor so that they are aware. But we know some of us who stay in townships, today you pass here, tomorrow there's a big tent covering this, the road. So the police, the metro don't even know what is happening. But I think now, because we're saying we're using this pandemic as an opportunity to correct some of the things for our country and our province. So just to bring back what you said, the rule of law. I wanted to say law and order, but I know those who are older, they will feel like I'm talking an apartheid language. They will bring back the rule of law. So in terms of gatherings, that's what we are also saying. All the public facilities are closed, all of them. Swimming pools, libraries, museums, schools, everything else is closed. And it will remain closed. We'll assess the situation as we go. But I also want to be very honest, because I'm with you, so I'll go to confess the truth, so that I don't hide the truth. That we must not also think that it's just going to be a 2 weeks fight. We must just be aware that we are in for a long haul. But it just means that how long it will depend what effort we put in to make sure that we follow what is gazetted. On Monday, we had to go to court to force a family to be quarantined. They were physically looking ill. They tested positive. They were from a high area of infection. So they had all the things that are important that we look at. And they refused. So we had to go and look for a judge and get a court order. And even on Thursday or Wednesday night, we had to go to talk to a church in Katlehong, which were gathering in Katlehong, to say, let's not go ahead with the gathering. But because I'm speaking the truth, I'm confessing, I can't hide. We had already prepared ourselves to go to the court for a court order. Because that's how serious we are in terms of enforcing some of this regulation. And unfortunately, we didn't have to go to that step. You know, they did agree, they acknowledged their issue, and then they started to disperse. But we were ready. Actually, the judge said, let me read through and I'll give you, you'll use it if you want to. So we do have it, but it covers all other social gatherings, not only that. And when the Gazette came out also, it enforced that court order. So all those things are things that are important that we need to know about social gatherings. And our facilities, our departments, we have asked most of our workers to work from home. Those who can work from home. The Premier will start also trying to meet, that as we meet as a cabinet, we'll meet virtually. So meeting where we are in our own spaces so that we don't have to come together. So that we start testing this system about a smart province and a smart city actually concept. But our public buildings, all of them should have visibly sanitizers so that we are able to make sure our hands are clean regularly. Surfaces that are touched by hands are cleaned, disinfected regularly. And we are able to cover those who interact with customers or patients or everybody to be protected. And there are levels of protection. So it's not like everybody, when they come to see you, they'll be just wearing everything and even boots. So there are also levels and guidelines to just indicate that. As a government, we've made sure that we are able to provide those things constantly and consistently to our front line. One of the things that I didn't mention, that most of the people who die through this virus are people who are health workers. So it means we also have to protect our health workers, make sure that we protect them, and as government we have that obligation. So if you see a health worker and they tell you that abam panics, please report us, make sure that the Premier knows, make sure that we are able to address that situation immediately. It might not be perfect all the time, but we rely on your oversight to make sure that we're able to protect our workers. Correctional services, like you know, they've been closed, no visitors. Yesterday we issued our own regulation as Gauteng in terms of our health facilities, that we are scaling down our services. So we're only dealing with emergencies. So people who are coming to do checkups, laba baletha amageu, yana kunabantu abaningi abaletha amageu mabazovakashela abantu esibhedlela. We were limiting that to one person per patient, one visitor per patient, to make sure that we limit the interaction between them. But it's just an intermediate. I think at some point, if we do get to that point, we're just going to say no visitors. So elective operations that are not saving life, they are also being actually cancelled at the moment, rescheduled. And we've given the clinicians, the doctors and the nurses also the latitude to make other regulations in terms of their own facilities. And so abantu bangathi bayasijikisa, but it's an issue of also protecting our healthcare system and our staff. The issue of social development, we know that we have a lot of areas, a lot of communities where they've got big problems in terms of food security. Our social development is activating the food banks throughout the province. So we're going to open all 5 of them throughout the 5 districts and the metros in the province. And we're also looking at a system where we can be able to offer particular meals to particular actually families in that regard. Education, I've spoken about. Schools are closed, ECDs are closed, universities are closed. So we expect everybody to actually come. The 2 last points will be, which is a point that I think the Premier and as a province, all of us must engage on, is the issue of traveling. The President spoke about non-essential traveling. And in Gauteng, all of us, when we go towards a longish weekend, see Makhura. So we need to have a discussion about what will be the impact of us traveling this year. So we might say that people must not travel unless it's so much essential that you travel. Because our MECs in other provinces, they are very anxious. Just for you, even just passing, even those who are passing through in Free State, they are anxious that just by passing by, you might cause us a problem. Because Free State yesterday, it's the first time they had the first patient that was declared. So the last point is just on testing, that we are not going to be able to test everybody. We are not going to be able to hospitalize everybody. Part of the measures that we have put is just to, Premier spoke about it, and I'm sure you have heard it in many engagements, that we have to lower the curve of infections, that we avoid peaks. Why we have to lower the curve is to make sure that we are within the limits of our healthcare system. And when I say healthcare, we mean also private healthcare system. In Spain, government has taken a decision to take over all hospitals in Spain. And still they don't have capacity even after that. In the United States, they are even opening camps now. They are opening stadia, they're taking over big stadia in big arenas, converting them to be a bit of a hospital or quarantine areas. So we have to lower the curve so that we don't get to a point where we don't have capacity. Because when we get to that point, we then have to choose who do we treat and who we don't treat. And that becomes a very difficult discussion going forward. In Italy, it's one of those discussions that they had. The second thing is that we have to test people. The important part about this period and phase, we have to chase those who are exposed to the virus, who have been exposed to the virus. So if you are found to be positive, we have to look for the contact of the people that you have been with so that we can be able to chase them and also test them and quarantine them. That's also how we are going to try and close off the outbreak. But that's a very difficult exercise. It depends on the number of tracers we have. And currently, we have trained more than 500 now. We've got community healthcare workers who are 9,000 in the province. We are training them piece by meal because of the social gathering ban. When we have trained all of them, it will make it easy for us to quickly do contact. The national government is going to launch a system which will be helpful for everyone to be able to identify their contacts through WhatsApp and everything else. And it's a system that we are eagerly waiting for it to happen. It will help us to make tracing easy. We have our app, which will just request our leaders here to download the app. I see all of you have got smartphones, so you don't use old phones like Nokia area. So download the app. It's called Mpilo Healthcare in your hands. It gives you all the other information about coronavirus, and also you do your self-testing, your self-screening. Have you traveled? No. Do you have a cough? No. So you know that you don't have to go anywhere. When you answer some yes, they give you direction on where you have to go. It's one way of also improving our efforts in terms of actually tracing. We are lucky that we have been able to be at least around 60 to 75% in terms of all those who have contacts here in the country, in the province. And I've been asked the question that which areas are the most affected. I've refused to answer because then we are going to create a stigma about those neutral spaces. But you will realize the pattern in the country. All the rural provinces don't have much infections. So you know, Sidibeng and West Rand don't have, that infection. So we won't be able to test everybody. So you have to have a positive response on the screening questions for us to be able to test you and be able to deal with it in that way. Our taxis are going to be disinfected twice a day. Taxis owners are also advised to buy sanitizers for their vehicles so that people, when they handle the doors, handle everything, they are able to actually sanitize. Soap and water still remains the most important thing that you can do. We know there are areas that doesn't have water. Municipalities have taken the measures to make sure that provision of water in those areas, it's a standard daily thing. And sanitizers will be acquired to some of the areas where it becomes very difficult. Gautrain also was one of the concerns. It's also in the process of measures we have taken, disinfection every after peak hours and disinfect the ventilation of Gautrain. We are worried about the density of our ranks and the density of the public transport. And the trains, the PRASA, it's also dealing with that stage. So for us, we've got 3 areas. It's the Park Station in Johannesburg, it's Germiston, it's Pretoria. Those are the big railway stations, and it's a convergence of people coming from different parts of the country and of the continent. So we are also focusing now in that space. And the OR Tambo Airport. Somehow, Premier, is that we are talking the truth today? We can't lie. I think we have been let down partly by the OR Tambo Airport port entry. Because most of these patients, not that people when you walk in, if you don't have a fever, you don't have symptoms, you do actually allowed to go through. But there are somewhere that they were not even available to do some of the screening, and we were told. But it's something that we are working at. Thank you so much. I'm hoping that I've been able to help just to understand why the drastic measures were important and why they are the logic behind them. The only one that I can't explain is the number 100. I'll still have to find a way on how to explain it much better. Thank you, Prem. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Siyabonga kakhulu. Let me acknowledge Babu Chikani, Siyabonga Baba ngosijoyina. And then we will quickly take some few questions. I will take, because there are 3 rows, or inputs and comments, additional inputs. So I'll go with the rows, and then that will be row number 1. I will take 3 hands, row number 3, 3 hands, 3 hands, 3 hands. Then at the back, I don't see any hand. Oh, 1 hand, there are 2 at the back. Or there are 3, so it will be 3, 3, 3, 3, 3 in each row, and then there. Thank you. Comments, inputs, that will beef up the presentation here. Follow 3 hands start. Then I will start with you, Bishop Scott, and then it will be number 1, number 2, number 3. Then in this row, I've taken those 3 hands. Then this was according to the rows here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In my side, it's just input for the pastors or bishops in our congregations. Maybe we've got
the church yako and then the area.
Okay, my name is Bishop John Matomi from West Rand. The church I am leading is Hope in Christ Ministries in West Rand. So my suggestion is just to bishops or pastors, those who we have more members over than 100, maybe if we can make 2 sessions of services, if we want our all congregants must come to the church, we can make 2 services or 3 services per day. Then we will limit the numbers of the right people. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2.
Oh, Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tembelani Gendile. I represent the Baptist Church. Dr. Masuku.
Baptist Church Baptemelani kupikanen.
Indimlo.
Mamelodi.
Mamelodi Baptist.
Abanye bakwazi Baptemelani funa uzicela.
Yes. Thank you. Dr. Bandile Masuku, you said the high-risk groups, the elderly, the male die, you said something like that, more than women and all that. You're talking about other countries, obviously. I think we are a young nation, full of youth, more than the elderly. But someone has argued that we are also a very sick nation. Isn't that a really a high-risk group with the high rates of HIV and AIDS amongst the youth and so on and so forth? Aren't those vulnerable? We had yesterday in the Council of Churches meeting that churches must never be the source of infection or sickness. We are now getting fully aware of what needs to be done. But we are observing, and we want to encourage churches or communities, in fact, to protect people from churches and even from leaders who are forcefully wants to fill and pack their auditoriums. And I think that is one of the messages that we need to send, that we can't fold our arms and just sit there. And we must encourage people, actually, when they see a church that has more than 100 people, they must call the cops. But I have a question, and then I'll take my seat. And I think Dr. Bandile spoke about this, on the issue of total lockdown. I personally advocate for a total lockdown. But my question is, why not now? Why later? When we have Italy as an example, when we have so many cases being reported on a daily basis. We know that it is not avoidable. And the question is, why not now? How many positive cases before government acts? Especially now that employers are emptying shops and the poor are at work. Why are we waiting? Are we waiting for the virus to reach poor black communities before we do something? I'm really advocating for a total lockdown, and it must be done now. More so because kids are home, they're roaming the streets. Who is sanitizing them when they meet together and play? In the township now where I come from, they're already in the streets playing soccer. But if parents were home, they would have really taken care of them. Thousands of our people have left, they've gone to work using trains and taxis, and they'll be coming back putting the same children at risk. Why not lock down now? Now, the 100 number, how are we going to enforce it? Are we supposed to go and take the resources, the service delivery again, to enforce the 100 lockdown? How is it going to be? It's not going to work. Let's just go for a full lockdown, even if it can be for this province. Thank you.
Thank you. The last hand in that row.
My name is Olani Dlwati, from the Anglican Church of Southern Africa, but in the Diocese of Johannesburg. I listened to the Premier and to you, Dr. Masuku, very clearly. One thing that worried me for the reason not to lock down, you were more worried about the economy. And that worried me a lot, that the only major reason was the economy. I do want to say to you, a number of churches even though it was an unpleasant decision, have already taken to lock down their churches. And that, Mr. Premier, I'm hoping as you advocate to assist business, you will look also in those churches, particularly with full-time priests, where we would have to rethink or even possibly retrench, because we, in many of our churches, Mr. Premier, we have decided with immediate effect in the Diocese of Johannesburg to suspend all public services. And that was not an easy decision, Mr. Premier and Dr. Masuku. It's understanding the severity of this disease. And the second thing that worries me, I know now I've just read the Diocese of Natal has joined us to say with immediate effect. We do not trust the number 100. You don't need 100 people to transmit this disease. You only need 2 people to transfer it from one person to the other. But also what worries me, Premier and Dr. Masuku, and perhaps you may talk to the President, in one instance you suspend other things and lock, in one instance you allow others. I think public transport for me was the first thing we should have begun with. Because I do not trust, the measures in public transport that those you have put there will actually implement them, and for how long. And I think that's where, for me, the gap we need to do, because people still go to work, people still interact, and one of the examples you've used is that if I can test positive today, you will try and follow up whoever I've been. Where will you find the people I've been in the taxi with today as I was driving here? So I think there's just a little bit of practicalities we need to think around public transport. Private transport we can manage, you can trace, you can sort out. I just need us to rethink the issue of public transport, whether, is it really working? My wife is still working. Her boss has refused to lock down. There's no sanitizers in that company because the boss says, the president didn't say businesses must stop. People must work home. If they work home, remember the businesses must provide the resources for home. So there's just a lot of complications. And perhaps we may need to shock the system before we implement measures.
Then the last hands in the row, this row.
Well, on my side, let me just say thank you, Premier, thank you, Doctor, and pass our message as well to our leadership, because it's moments like this where you need to show your leadership, and we are grateful for that. I'm Pastor Matebula from Hope Restoration Ministries. I would want to agree with this gentleman. When you make a decision, just make a decision. When we got a message that we're not going to be able to gather with over 100 people, I'll just give you just a slight example. Already, as a church, we started with our marketing, the billboards all around, preparing ourselves, to serve our people. When this came, it was a shock. But it was not more about us. It was more about the people in the community. We had to swallow, whatever the pain to make sure that we serve God's people. I will definitely say, let us deal with this matter once and for all. I'm also concerned about the public transport, the trains, and especially the people in the squatter camps, who do not have the services like us. And the other group of people that I'm really concerned about, it is the homeless, people who are on the streets, especially the boys and girls with Nyaupe who are sitting in those corners. What are we doing, for those people? And the last group that I strongly believe that we need, if we can get a direction from you, Doc, to say the elderly people, what are we doing for them before we come to that place where they are really infected? Is there anything that we can do as a church? I don't know what is the things that we need to do, or probably get the doctors in our churches, to give a vaccine and all that. I would want to get a direction. We don't want to sit at home with some of the people that we know we can actually help during this, trying times. So would also love to get a direction in that area, and so that we can help and deal with this matter once and for all, and then we know we have a safe nation. That will be my contribution in that area.
Thank you. Number 2, the second hand in the row. I'm taking 3 rows in each row.
Dumela. Ke Reverend Khololo, Secretary, Faith-Based Organization, Johannesburg. I just want to thank the Premier and Doctor for the information. Following yesterday's meeting, after we have given report back, there were questions that came from our constituency. I'm just going to read their questions. It's not my say. There was an issue because it mentioned that there is a serum or vaccine from Cuba that is being introduced. And then, then from there it was said people must refuse to be vaccinated. So I'm not sure whether there is a vaccine already, because we are having a meeting on Tuesday, we promised to come back with feedback. So is there any vaccine that is in circulation? And then again, one of the questions that were asked, I think they've already mentioned it, about debt relief by pastors who are getting paid from the church. So they want to know whether there'll be a debt relief. And other, our locals that have got business, are they going to, the SMEs, are they going to get debt relief? Is there any debt relief system? And then this one, I'm not sure whether it's a fake news about the helicopter that is going to sanitize the country. And then the last one will be about the DSD. What measures, how are we going to access in terms of the food banks? Because it looks like it's a national thing. How is it coming down? Bless you.
You jump to Pastor. The young lion, Pastor Khololo.
Thank you, MEC. My name is Toby Lemagaman. I'm a pastor of Victorious Life Church in Katlehong. Firstly, I think I would like to appreciate the effort that our government is making. You know, when you see people in position, sometimes it becomes desirable, but it is in times like this when you begin to understand how hot the seats may be, and you have really risen to the occasion, and we really appreciate your efforts. This virus is hitting hard on economy. And unfortunately, there are those that are exploiting the situation by marking up the prices. So I want to understand what measures are there in place by government to control the prices. That is number one. Number two, supply chain process policies, they can pose a conundrum. And also procurement can have its own intricacies. Are there any measures in place to bypass the treasury regulations, especially from the MEC for Finance? Because at some stage, I'm sure the government will have to step in assisting, and in particular, the people that are in informal settlements. So what measures are there? Without any processes, we have to think on our feet and act as we move. And then lastly, I don't know, Premier, it gives me my worst fear and my dread when I drive through our township and you see the sewer that is running. And in times like this, can it be one of the measures to intensify hygiene, that all the sewers that are running, and in particular in the townships, please, can they be dried up immediately? Because sometimes you see young kids playing in the sewers, and it poses a threat. And when you think the population is so dense, it's so dense, so something needs to be done, and it needs to be done like yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. 3 hands this side, and if as you go, that take it, and then 1, 2, 3.
Okay, thank you. Premier and MEC, Dr. Makhura and MEC Masuku, thank you for information. Actually, Dr. Masuku, what happened? Yesterday, after our meeting, national meeting, when I go home, I was so guilty because last week I had a big feast with over 5,000 people because after I got the information, the actual information similar to yours, I was so guilty. I even phoned the station manager of Josie FM, asked for platform yesterday, and they gave me 1 hour, 9 o'clock until 10. I was there telling the people the information that I got from our national meeting. You know, I spoke for about 30 minutes, and then the other 30 minutes was for the listeners to phone back. You know, people, they were so thrilled in such a way, because I was guilty. I was speaking from the heart, because last week I had over 4,000 people at my place. So what happened after I tell the people about this virus, giving them information, because people don't have information down there. It's like there's nothing. But yesterday I came back like, now today in the morning, the CEO of Josie FM gave me a call in the morning, and he said, I want to see you. I'm coming to your home. He came to my place, and then he asked me, Premier, he said, I want you to be there every Thursday from 9 to 10. He gave me free airtime so that we can give people information about what is happening. I got free airtime starting from next week. He even asked me to come back again on Sunday, 8:30 until 9, to give people feedback of this meeting. So what I will urge my Premier and Dr. Bandile is to capacitate me, give me more information. Because what happened in Italy yesterday, you know, I was like, in Italy, they told us that 10,000 unqualified doctors, student doctors, they gave them certificates so that they can go and help the people, because there was no capacity because of the challenge they had in Italy. Tell me, what about our country, just a small country like South Africa? What is going to happen? You said something which is very, 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 very crucial. When you said only 150 is those you know. We have this thing, more especially as blacks, of interpersonal communication. Tell me how many people are infected right now. So maybe even after 2 to 3 weeks, we're going to encounter, you know, a bigger challenge, a bigger problem in our country. So thank you so much for your information, but please give me information, capacitate me, because I'm going to be on the radio every Thursday, 9 o'clock until 10 at night. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2.
Josie FM. Josie FM, that's 108.5 or 0.8. Yes, 88, 878, yes.
Asibonge MEC. Sibulise induna noDokotela uMasuku. Abafundisi bonke abakhona la sanibonani. I'm Bishop Sivongu, representing the faith-based organization in the province of Gauteng. Actually, we are happy, Honorable Premier, for this day to come and actually demonstrate or actually speak to us as a faith-based organization. My concern is the number of people that are here in the province of Gauteng. You spoke of OR Tambo as a port of entry. But our concern, those who come into our country illegally, because there are people out there in the province who are coming to and fro in our province. What measures are being done for them to ensure that we are also protected? The church will comply, will make sure that we protect our communities and serve our people. But there are those who are coming in and out of our country without any they are just coming to and fro. What measures the Department of Health is doing to prevent this? Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3, the last hand,
That the Premier,
Dr. Mera Lohoko, colleagues. I'm very short. Ha ke bua dilo tse tshwanang le tse. Ke Bishop Ntlapo, ke tswa Midval, CDB. Kereke ya ka ke St. Petrus Apostolic Church. Nna ke batla ho bua ka social media. Ntate Doctor, Ntate Masuku, I'm impressed about what you said. Very impressed ka di points tse tlang. I would like for you to tabulate something, some kind of information, e ka beiwang everywhere, because ha re gola rona batho ne ba bolaiwa ke mbaola. So ne gona le dilo tseo tsa awareness tsa mbaola ha o tsena ko di clinicing, ha o tsena anyway. So because this thing tso di buileng mole e ka re di ka ya ko bathong so that they can stop the people ba tsamayang around ntse ba fa dirat. Now at my age, re believe mo dirateng. By the way, I'm over 60 and I'm going to die. Re believe mo dirateng. And I said go na le dirata, Ntate Masuku, a lot that are going about. Ba re bolella tsona dirata ke di medication, homemade remedies. Tse di leng teng. And rona bonkgono ha re ile clinicing, we talk about dirata. So please, Ntate, when you live here, tabulate dilo tse step by step, and emphasize, please, let's ka berekisa dirata. Because maybe dirata tse di tlo ba against the good thing tse wena o bonang gore di tlo re sebeletsa. It might be a joke, but dirata tse nna setseng ke di utlwile gona yanong yana gore di gona go cure ha wa di bitsa ha no bitsa mone gona le dirata tse batho setseng ba di bua gona yanong. So, and the other thing ka social media, I said I want to talk about social media only, di dirata ke gore now baruti ba setse ya no ba fa le di phone number tsa bona gore ba tlo rapella batho ba fa di phone number tsa bona, which is a very wrong thing ka social media ka WhatsApp. So how ka tabulate dilo tse wa di kwala tsa ba mo WhatsAppong ra rumela, like I'm the chairperson ya baruti wa understand ka rumela mo groupung di group tse re leng mo tsona di dingata mo, it can go faster. Ya stop and tweak ya leboga.
The last 3 hands this side.
My Premier, all protocol observed. My name is Begintlantla Sibisi. I am the president of the Revelation Church of God under Dr. Prophet Uzulezwe Khatebe. Today, I'm attending this meeting standing for 65 church members, which is equivalent to 10 million members of Inkululeko Yesizwe. My Premier, it will be really unfair for me not to acknowledge you, my Premier. The wisdom that you've displayed this morning when you showing that you understood what this sector does. And I must just thank you. You've shown, this is coming from my spirit, you have shown a respect toward these leaders of our sector. For you to understand the role that is being played in the communities by these leaders who are sitting here. And I just want to say thank you so much. And you've made it easier as well because you've apologized up front about those people who feel they are excluded. I'm one of those under Inkululeko Yesizwe. I really felt I was excluded yesterday, but God have used your wisdom to talk before we even mentioned, you know. Thank you very much. And I would like just to acknowledge MEC Unomantu. MEC, we want us to be very thankful because we wouldn't be here if we never received that letter that invited us, because we are really one of those people who really feel like we are excluded. We are indeed indigenous church, and we really asking to be recognized as an African church. Now, I must just say, indeed, we are facing a global pandemic. Inkululeko Yesizwe had a meeting on Monday after our president of the country came forward and said, this is a direction that the country is taking. The president, I've listened to him on his YouTube since we were not invited. He made it clear that we need just to work together. And we accepted that call as Inkululeko Yesizwe. It was very difficult for some of our leaders. We must remember that some of them had a plan to go and celebrate the Easter. And the founder, Dr. Prophet Uzulezo, made it clear to say, from my side, I'm saying let us suspend all the services. Let us adhere to what the president is saying. Because when you are a leader, you are leading people, you must be seen. This is a trying moment now, a trying time where you have to put people first. You know? So we have decided that we suspended all the services. We're following what the president is saying. The question which we had was the faith of people. People, this is the time that where they need us. They need to hear from us as we are the leaders. I'm very happy that even the president of the country, he mentioned that yesterday. He said, leaders, people, they need you. So we have accepted this 100 number of people. We're just saying the people, if they want to come to the house of God, because that's where they gain strength. We're saying that we look at ourselves, we call our building as a university, you know, where people gain knowledge. We are a spiritual church. In short, we are a big stakeholders. I like everything that you said, we are a big stakeholders, and then we need to be acknowledged. And COGTA, which I was in Cape Town, we had a meeting with COGTA, a commit. COGTA have issued a statement of the law enforcement, and which we welcome it with warm hands. We're just saying that those leaders who are playing irresponsible, like one of the leaders, which Inkululeko Yesizwe took upon itself to write a statement about the man that appeared on the first newspaper, I think it's the first page, to say that our president is not God. So we're saying that we don't accept it. We don't accept leaders who will act irresponsible, you know, who will act irresponsible and then they get this front page. So what message are we sending when we put that even on the newspaper as well? Front page, we're saying president is not the God, so people, they must come to church. For us, as Inkululeko Yesizwe, we're saying that is irresponsible. COGTA have issued the statement, my premier, and we say that law must apply. We, as Inkululeko Yesizwe, we welcome that with warm hands. We would like to have an input. MEC Nomantu, because you invited us here now, we've got an opportunity to have an input. We're saying, as Inkululeko Yesizwe, as much as we want to implement this enforcement, there are some enforcement rulers who are taking advantage. So we are saying that to control that, we need this sector to be respected. We need to have a committee that can be formed within this structure. And that committee will work together with those enforcement rulers. Before we implement, we action anything, there must be the discussion with that sector. We as leaders of the churches, we must take the front row. We must be the one that's gonna lead and go and say, Pastor, you are wrong, you can't do this. So that will basically be adding a respect toward us. So the last point is us as our church. Us as our church, Revelation Church, we've just opened ourselves that if there is any premises that is required to be used to test people or to quarantine, our branches, they are open. And if we've opened up that offer. So sanitizer at the gate, even when people walks in, just to pray, and then we are committing to make sure that the number is minimized to 100. Thank you very much.
Tulan, that's the second hand at the back. Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarel Marais. I'm from the Dutch Reformed Church, and I'm the regional leader of the Vaal Triangle. First of all, I would like to thank the government for taking this initiative. I think prevention is better than cure, and I believe everybody will agree with me on that. Secondly, I know, as you all well know, that the virus can't distinguish between 99 and 101 people, and that makes it very difficult, and that was also suggested. And then as well, I don't think the virus will be listening to the state president or anybody else. He does what he does. So I understand that this preventative measures are all in place to help prevent rather than cure. But I would like to know, and this is my question, and I think it's a very difficult question, when will we be terminating this this emergency situation? And I'm not talking about the time frame, I'm talking about a scenario or circumstances. If you can give us an idea when we will be able to carry on as normal and as usual, because viruses has been there forever and it will be there forever, but we cannot carry on like this forever. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. That's the last hand there, Baba. Yeah, there are two both next to you. Yes.
Thank you. I am Thomas Swift, and I represent the AFM of South Africa, and I live in Pretoria, come from Pretoria. We also realize the seriousness of the situation, and we luckily had a national leaders forum during the week in Cape Town, and then there we put a statement out to all the churches saying that we fully comply with all the health measures. I just have one question, and I just want to confirm that today, and luckily there's another side also, and that is during this difficult time of our members may pass away. And then the situation about a funeral, I just want to confirm that if we notify the local police and the metro, can we then exceed the number 100 for a really serious situation when there's a funeral? Can we just get that answer, please? Thank you very much.
Next to him, Mama.
Sanibonani. Okhulumayo Archbishop Penny Ndlovu from the Red Sea and Holy Band Apostolic Church of God, the president of Umanyano, Ubuhle Bobunye Bomanyano in the entire Gauteng, and the secretary of Ngalo Yamapostol. Angibonge Premier no Dr. Masuku no MEC ukuthi usihlanganisele kule ndawo so that sizokwazi ukuthola information relevant, because la ngaphandle ziningi izinto ezikhulumekayo njengoba uBishop Nhlapho sekashilo. Engifuna ukukusho ukuthi we always say to you, Premier, the church is a welfare. And since the church is a welfare, ngizwile Dr. Masuku akhuluma ngendaba ye food bank. So engifuna ukucela ukuthi we've got imisebenzi eminingi esiyenzayo njengoba uPremier besekashilo ukacknowledge umsebenzi weFBO. So in my area, I'm from eThwatha, I'm also leading FBO in my ward. kunomkhukhu ohlala abantwana aba more than 100 who are drug addicts. So ngine concern yokuthi kulesikhathi samanje njengoba kunalenkinga esinayo kuzoyenzakalani, because we've been engaging social workers and the Sanka is taking long, MEC ukuthi they must be referred to the rehab, but they are staying in one shack mkhukhu abahlala kuwo. So ngiyacabanga ukuthi sizoba nenkinga. And saying ngendaba ye food bank, I think ukuthi I want to concur with the two pastors who are saying it's better we have a total shutdown so that we deal with the issue once off. Sazuguti sisugile. And I think the food bank will assist abafundisi emasontweni to give food ebantwini abomphakathi. Meantime kuzabe kune shutdown, at least a soup kitchen or something. And then our other concern is a traveling issue, because njengoba MEC no premier sebashilo ukuthi abantu bazabe ba move around ukuya emakhaya, wena Limpopo, wena KwaZulu, kwehlokwenyuka bayangena bayelisuthu bayakuphi. If we don't have an immediate shutdown khona manje, abantu ngoba ba travel ngama taxi and the trains sizoba nenkinga. But if singaba ne shutdown concerning into yama traveling issues, I think we'll deal with the issue once off again. And I plead ku government wethu ukuthi let there be a speed up kule app abakhuluma ngayo. I think when we have a shutdown and the speed up on the app, kuzoba nento engcono eyenzakala, because we'll be knowing very well ukuthi bayingaki abantu aba infected. And kakhulukazi kuma squatter camp we need ukuthi kungenelelwe kakhulu, because kuma squatter camp siyazi ukuthi eminye imikhukhu omunye use next door nomunye, omunye use next door nomunye. So if we don't have a shutdown, we'll have a problem enkulu kabi concerning ama squatter camps. And then nabantu abadala futhi ngiyacabanga ukuthi let there be a committee that will always look at the elderly ukuthi babonelele ukuthi what they can be given mhlambe into yokuprevent. Amen.
Thank you. The last hand Tulani Sikuphethe lapho kulokona usisi. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, after.
Premier, I will first start by acknowledging you as my political leadership so that it is clear I'm not conflicted, even though I'm from a branch. Today I'm in my spiritual capacity. I am Pastor Dr. Deborah Monyeki from Christ Embassy. I'm happy to report, Premier, that when the call was made on Sunday by the President, Christ Embassy is a global ministry. Every year we have an annual healing school which has got medical doctors, professionals are there. And as you'd imagine, we host people from different countries with different conditions. It runs from March until May. So already on Sunday, this past Sunday, Pastor Chris was in town to conduct the healing service. And it was in that very same gathering that he immediately announced that we are cancelling the rest of the healing school so that we comply. And I'd like to believe that my elders who were present yesterday, Reverend Gololo, Reverend Dr. Chikane, we would all welcome the idea of food banks because we raised it yesterday as well. The question is, how are you looking at implementing them? Are you going to partner with existing NPOs? Are you going to bring us on board, or do we leave it to social development to roll it out? And second question, again, it's almost tied to Mama over there regarding troubled homes. Are our shelters ready for an intake of a number of children who might need to be replaced from their homes to be into centers tse tla ba tlhokomelang during this time, because re tla be re limita social distancing. And then an observation I made, Mobani, when I came back from Pretoria. Premier, the shopping complexes, you know, we have people loitering unnecessarily. I would like to call for immediate visibility and presence of the police to start enforcing at least those areas. You know, I was going to a pharmacy and you have people just hanging out for the sake of hanging out. They're not doing anything. Another issue is the MEC has mentioned that the library and other places, but I know for a fact that Diepsloot, for instance, you know, learners go to the library Diepsloot. When the Wi-Fi is on, that's where they hang out to connect to the Wi-Fi. So here's the palisade fencing, matsogo a mo ke di phone ba connected to the Wi-Fi. Can we address that as well? My last one, ke gore the fast food chains. You know, when you are not home, our children are there, you leave them with money, they go to hang out at the fast food chains. How do we ensure gore ba enforce hygiene? If you go into a toilet, for instance, hakuna tissue, what do you do? Thank you, Premier.
Thank you. The last hand there, Tozan.
Good morning. My name is Luc Dubois. I'm from the Church of Scientology, and I would like to tell you, we have published a booklet called "How to Keep Yourself and Others Well," and this is free distributions, and also you can have the PDF of this manual. It's very simple. It's regarding the basic action that we should do to keep ourselves well and keep also others well. Also, in that time, it's very important to uplift the spirits. And our church is now putting online all the knowledge that is of Scientology that is available, so anybody can go online to do courses for free. And this is our action we are doing to uplift the society and also protect everybody. So I would like to give a copy of this booklet. Yeah.
Thank you. Tozan Mezonius Bab Mahlang, and then I hand over to Premier and MEC.
Thank you so much. Okay. Should I go ahead? Should I? I'll wait for the cue.
Yes. Don't distribute them. They'll be distributed because they must be sanitized. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much, Soli Mahlangu, Word Praise Christian Center, and Tembisa Transformation Forum from Tembisa. Just a few observations, comments, and suggestions, and then Dr. Masuku, you seem to be saying we are not able to test everybody, and we may not even know who is carrying this virus. We also had a message from one of our leaders in Gauteng saying that some funds are going to be made available to buy a vaccine from Cuba, and you are saying here there's no vaccine, and I'm speaking now into the confusing messages that are going out there. I need to also say that let's look at the phenomenon of the world, and you are saying that from December, China announced, January they discovered the virus, and 14 days later there was a lockdown or a shutdown. And America is saying less than 10 people. Italy, total shutdown. Other countries, Korea, the church met and 60% of the virus spread and whatever. And I am saying one of the things that I think we are struggling or suffering from is taking time to make decisions and being not radical and not dealing with issues head on. And I'm thinking of the number 100 for our demographics, especially in the townships in Mkukwini. That is not practical. I know a church that is meeting in a container. Just social distancing is impossible for them. Social distancing, it means there must be just 2 or 3 or 5 of them meeting. I know that all of us are finding ourselves in a situation that has thrown us off and something we all are shocked by. I would have appreciated if government had done this before the Sunday announcement, because we have been studying and seeing this thing has been happening. So we had about 2 months or so of watching this happening, because that would have prepared all of us to be sending a strong message, because the Sunday message did send confusion and a disarray in the country, because we were not coming out with one voice. But I'm glad that we are fixing that and we're correcting that. And in the future, I think we must do our due diligence and our consultation. This house is a house of faith-based individuals, and we are leaders. We're leading groups of people. We cannot just be talking about the measures. We also have to be talking about faith. We also have to be talking about prayer. We also have to be talking about, we need to be sending out a message of hope out there to say that this too shall pass if we all work together. And we have seen an incredible also leadership, not taking away from our leadership, but I have heard that President Uhuru Kenyatta called for a national prayer day, and he said everyone will pray from home at a particular time. All the media houses will broadcast, and then we'll have a few leaders come into the State House to lead the nation into prayer, which is an incredible idea. I'm just saying, and I know that the national will look into that. When it comes to a shutdown, and Dr. Masuku, you said 2 things to me that sounds like you're contradicting yourself. One, you're saying to us, we are here, I want to speak the truth, and I want to tell you everything. Then you come out, you say, people are asking which places are mostly affected. Then you say, I'm not going to tell you that because of the stigma. I think that is not empowering us enough, because if some of us are coming from those areas that are highly affected, are you having a plan to talk to us privately and tell us your places are affected, so you have to have different measures? But when it comes to a shutdown, here's my approach. I want to agree with Pastor Matebula, I want to agree with Pastor Gentile, but here's my approach. My approach is, can we live here today with government saying to us, when it comes to shutdown or lockdown, looking at the phenomenon of the world, are we there yet? Are we scared to make the decision? Are we trying to be careful so that we live here and know exactly where things are? There's a whole lot of uncertainty and panic that's going out there, and we need to deal with it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's the last one, Baba Ngali, and then Babu Mfundis, Father also.
Ke dumedise mo premier le Dr. Masuku le ntlo kaofela ka lebitso la Jesu. Lebitso la ka ke Zondo, ke tswa Everton. Now Everton is between Orange Farms and Small Farm. Re a leboha ka kgweletso le entseng entle haholo. Re decidile rona ho schedule di services tsa rona re di etse jwalo ka di 100. And I said all the measures that the government has put there, sanitizer, and then lore haba to utlwa hore batla go gohlola a sebedise setsu sa hae. Eo yona re amohetse. Ke na le potso hape ke batlang go hlalosa. Man mo ke leng teng re na le di fellowship hall. Engwe le engwe ena le monyako wa yona e kenang ka ona le etswang ka ona. Rather than a distance in between. Nana reka khona o di sebedisa jwalo ka hana mona hoteleng hona le holokamane hona le holokamane nna ke le mona ke na le ba 100 ke sebedisa di screen di hotseo na leo ho dumeletsehile na o re nka o etsa ntlha ya bogago ke a hore mo premier ona ba bang itse ga pholoswane ga batla go change maemo ha re ne go tswa kerekeng tsa Makhura o ntshwarele jwale mane mo sebetsang teng re na le legolo la batho bao ba patalwang ke kereke re ntse ntho e sele bitswang job creation ka ga kereke jwale ha le ntse le bua sekgowa se sa lona ke se mametse hantle ka kelo hloko maga jwale ha ho se ho le tjenana re tshwanetse o tlotla lefa batho bana kgwedi a e fela ha re tseba re gola ka koleke ene batho bana ba gola ka keleke ko fe mo molaetsa e le ka o fang community e o ka ntle ka mane e tsebe hore ha se re ha kalo bishop o hana o ba patala empa ke ka lebaka la boemo be re leng ka go bona o disa ho bana re gola ka tsona 20 ranta tseo ke batla o bua nnete ke a tsare ba bang ba gona mona ha re lekane re le tjena ga tshwana le menwana ena and then ha re tla tabeng ya Paseka ke a leboa hore molaetsa ona le kgoeletso o tlile pele ho dinako tseo tsa Paseka because ka tsela e jwalo re a gona ho itukisa jwale he mo premier wa tseba South Africa ona le ntho engwe monate ha o ka etsala hore mohlomong holiday e etsahale hore e ka weekend government ya gona re fa holiday ye nngwe ka Mantaha re sebeletsa government e ntle hampe ke a e rata jwale ha re sheba tabena ya Easter ha o etsala go tabena ya Easter he re a etloela le tla re fana letsatsi ka morao ga se le fitile mora e ka shekule le ka tshwara Paseka yona la tswela le yona pele na ke yona fela ntho ne ke batla etso ke shebile May 1 premier ha ke re ke a sheba May 1 ke Friday Saturday and Sunday mohlomong meleko ena e tla be se ilisi
Thank you.
jwale ne ke kopa go mohlomong government ya re thuse mo ke a lebo
Nikeza father. Then you saying up.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Premier, thank you very much and for your leadership. Thank you, MEC, for providing us a lot of information. I'm Smangaliso Mkachwa from the Roman Catholic Church. Just to let you know that about 2-3 weeks ago, a directive was given out by the SACBC to all the parish priests all over the country, accepting the challenge that emanated from the address by the president. So I won't go into those details. Secondly, just to say that I'm hoping that in the very near future, as faith-based organizations, but also as entities such as the Moral Generation Movement, that will actually come to the Premier and present some very specific, concrete action from our side. It's one thing to receive a briefing, it's very important to get the information, but from our side, how are we responding to this? I would like to just make a few pointers, not go into details. One of the things that we can do as church is not only to disseminate the information that comes from government, but is also to conscientize our people. Because conscientization is not only having the information, but is also accepting that you need to act on the information that you have received. That is one thing I'm suggesting. Number two, I've not yet heard the voice from the theologians. What are they saying when we have a situation such as this one? During the times of Mzabalazo, we used to, for instance, we published the Kairos document and so on, where progressive theologians came together, applied their mind. Now, I'm not hearing this from the theologians. Thirdly, the churches have one advantage. We have enormous resources, human resources, expertise, young people, sodalities, you name them, and so on. How can we mobilize those resources to support a program such as this one? But also, how can we point out to government maybe some of the opportunities that we have missed in the past? We've spoken about the Gini coefficient, which is the big gap between the people that are very poor and those that are very wealthy and so on. And that translates itself into a situation of very, very, very poor people, which makes it therefore, for instance, quite challenging to tell people you must wash your hands. People might say, well, but we don't have clean water. Observe hygiene, yes, but the circumstances are such that we find this very difficult and so on. And through your own expertise, you might have an opportunity and your own experts to come up with some suggestions to government and to say, this is what we ought to be doing. Comrade Premier, let me remind you, during the days of the Mzabalazo, we had street committees. Now, I'm not talking about going back to exactly the way that was done, but that concept of ensuring that people organize themselves in the areas where they live in such a way that they enhance communication among themselves, and therefore that makes it easy for them to take joint action. And we can also learn a lot from the Cubans. I'm very impressed with them, because clearly the fact that they've got the benefit of high quality education, which is almost the norm in that country and so on, then they're better able to challenge a situation that has arisen quite now, mobilizing the expertise, the knowledge that their own people have. Finally, just to say that, lest we forget, there were 3 or more actually great plagues in the past. I just want to refer to those 3. One was the Great Plague of London in 1665 and onwards, the Spanish influenza in 1918, and then before that there was also another one much earlier, which decimated millions of people. Millions, not thousands, millions of people. And therefore we can also learn, when we've got time, how those people responded to those challenges and what we can learn from them, and what it is that using our own creativity we can actually come up with solutions. And I want to finally agree with the pastor, I can't remember his name, who said we should also, as pastors, as theologians, be a voice of hope for the people who find themselves, some of them, giving up hope and so on, that whilst we emphasize prayer, its centrality in our work and so on, but prayer without action is dead. Is dead without action. And I would want to leave it there and then thank you once again and say, who are available, ready to get to town, and if at all, Premier, I can suggest, set up something like, I know it's a jaded concept, something like a war room specifically to address this.
Thank you. Babu Chigan.
No, Premier, no MEC and all the leadership here. I came here because I belong here. You know, we're there national, but we belong here. That's why I'm here. And I wasn't going to speak because we had time to talk yesterday. I just want to say, having listened to what the leaders have said here, and I thought I must say what I need to say before the response, because I won't be able to talk after that. We agonized about this after meeting the president. We're sorry that not everybody could be there. Unfortunately, there had to be 100 people. Some of the members of the SACC leaders couldn't be there. So the meeting was difficult. That's why the provincial meetings are necessary to reach everybody. But we agonized about this. And I just want to put it in my own understanding that we should thank the president government for not having announced that we should shut down churches. You know what I'm talking about. And they talked about 100 people. Now, if you look for that 100 staff, it's more control that you know who was there. But otherwise, it doesn't save you. The number does not save you. And there was a strong view that
shutdown might be the ultimate, but we understood we are just one sector yesterday when we talked. There are many other sectors which government has to consider. So I would like to say, Premier, we decided yesterday we're going to go back to the president. The churches have to provide leadership. That's why I wanted to speak here. The churches need to provide leadership. They don't need government to tell them what to do. And the churches should say, like my brother said, we are not going to be agents of this virus as churches. Because in South Korea, it's a church. It hit them in a church, and lots of people died there. So many churches have already canceled their Good Friday time, so I don't think there's resistance. There are few people who are not informed. But, I mean, Good Friday's services are canceled. They are still stuck with the 100, you said. So they are looking for solutions around the 100. The 100 is not going to save Abogogo Balapenaleji in Soweto. You know, if somebody came working in a domestic worker helper, gets it somewhere and brings it in that 10, I mean the 100, there's going to be chaos. People are going to die, those old people there. So I would like to say, Mr. Premier, and this is what we're going to propose to the president. Let's accept that we are going to shut down. You see, if we shouldn't work like it won't happen. The more doubtful we are, we will be forced to do it in any way. So it's better to do the calculations now. I think the churches must be prepared to lead, and then government can deal with all the other sectors. Do the calculations, indicate what it will mean. You know, in China, you know, the privileged lot can call Uber to deliver food. You know what I'm talking about? And you'll have food in the house. Uber can deliver it. But for the poor people in Orange Farm, they won't be able to do that. I think we need to work, because it's coming. It's better to prepare for it rather than pretend we're not going to end up there. If we don't end up there and we're prepared, that will be good. But why not prepare for it, for the ultimate, and work to stop it happening, but prepare for the worst. Don't try to imagine it won't be. Rather prepare for it. And indeed, that graph, I don't like the graph that deals with hospitals capacity, which worries me because it's worried about not being able to take care of patients. We want to drop that graph not to reach that point. And you will need to do radical things to make sure we don't even worry your hospital systems whether it copes up, because if we can cut it now, you know it's done, and the medical services will continue. I think that's what I just wanted to share, Mr. Premier, that we had a very difficult meeting after the meeting with the president. We were there up to 6 o'clock in Pretoria. And we have agreed to work out what it will mean. And we're going to ask the government to say that. What is it going to mean? There will be the shops will still sell food. How does it reach people? All the Chinese worked it out. We don't have to invent the wheel. They are defeating this thing. The Chinese, they went to it like a war. And so I'm pleading that the churches, the problem is temporary, and we need also the scientific analysis to say, if you started now, how do you break it? Because there's a time when the graph turns, and then you know how to manage that. I think we can be very scientific, and we agreed that between now and Monday, as church leaders, we need to have a formula that says what it will mean, so that we don't get stuck with the 100, because the 100, people will die in that 100. Yeah, you just need one person who comes from a house where they work, or employer who,
And then they come with this thing into that church in Naleji. It's dead. And so I think we are pleading for radical thinking, Premier.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate. Then I'll hand over to Premier and MEC Bandile to clarify some of the issues that were raised. With all the issues that you are raising, we are noting them. Thank you.
Let me first start by thanking you all for your contribution. It is very important that as a leadership, we must take one step at a time. And imagine if on Sunday the president announced a lockdown. I think we must start there. Out of nowhere, having not started, this conversation would be very difficult. I want us to be realistic. So there isn't anyone who doesn't want us to save lives. But the first step is, even what the president announced was very drastic at that time. The numbers were still low. Actually, I think Sunday we were below 30, 61. Yeah, that evening it had just reached 61. Now we are at 202 as we speak now, just as we speak now. The additional numbers have been announced. So where am I starting? Even with those measures, it was very difficult. I am glad that, and one of the difficult sectors was the faith-based sector. Business said, we see what this, just by that Sunday, the faith-based sector was the most difficult one, even with those measures of 100. But I am glad that where we are now, I think all of us just understand the precipitous nature of this situation. I can say this to you that Dr. Masuku and I were talking on Friday and Sunday. We say, if there's cabinet on Sunday, we're looking forward to the decisions on stricter measures, restrictions, because we were already saying Gauteng is going to be hardest hit. And we were praying. I'm telling you, we do pray. I use that not in a literal sense. We're praying that our president and our national cabinet will see that the situation is getting out of hand. And we did some work to say this is what needs to be done. Because we're saying we don't have to wait until the situation reaches where Italy is and now Spain is. So I think those first measures announced by our president and national cabinet and got some discussions and debate. I can tell you, not only in this sector, even people saying, yeah, but no, this is not how we must deal with this matter. What it has triggered since then is that the key question is this enough? Instead of resistance, which there was a bit of resistance and lots of questions, why this, why that? What it has now triggered is to get the whole nation into the same mode that we're facing a serious crisis. And it depends on what we do. So I welcome, particularly coming from the faith-based sector, I welcome the idea that even these measures may not be enough. And this thing is developing every day. It's developing every day. And that we are headed for a lockdown. I think that's, as you talk about it here, that is where we are headed. And the question is, at which point will that decision be made? The important thing when you are a leader and when you are leadership is to make sure you carry people along. And I think just since Friday, since Saturday, Sunday, and the engagements yesterday, and the others that are taking place, including what the consequences would be. Because when you make drastic decisions, you must understand their full consequences. And you must be able to ready the nation, and I think the questions being asked by Reverend Chikani about how do people get food. And in the period of the lockdown, and people are not working, are not going to work, because if you lock down the public transport system, it means people can't go to work. You have essentially locked down the factories. So if you shut down the factories, what happens? People are not going to work. What's the source of income? And the businesses would ask you questions. What happens? So those, you can't say we will see it when we get there. And I want to tell you that the leadership is working out those calculations. It's not because of hesitation. To work out. And I'm glad that even amongst you, you are saying, but we as whose calling is about taking care of the sheep, we also, if the people don't come to church, we ourselves become a social social welfare case for you. It is real, it is true. When that happens, what do you do? So there's lots of work being done by government and our leadership, the leadership of our president behind this is to work out the economic implications. Think of it this way. It's not just worrying about, it's worrying about the impact on the people. Because when you think of an economy, it's not thinking about just the business operators. It's the workers, the millions of people who earn a living every day. Because once they sit at home, they must still have food to eat. So I would summarize it this way, that I think we are all saying the first step measures, so starting from where Reverend Gentile started, it's my Kimurutu Waka Mamelodi is housing people there. The flood victims, he's housing them there. Me and him have been working together very well to deal with the difficulties. So for him, this thing arrived before it arrived. His church has already been more than a church. He's housing people there. So that's why we welcome the idea from you that your churches, your places of worship must be regarded. If we reach that level, we must, as government, regard them as additional facilities. Am I correct to interpret this way? Because to think of it, once we count them in, we have huge capacity. That whether for quarantine or for treatment, as treatment centers for those who are infected. Because we must tell you there's no vaccine, but treatment does help people if our system copes with, and the doctor will explain it well because he has explained it a number of times to us. Treatment can help people to recover. But if our facilities, public health facilities are overrun, if the numbers are too huge, we will have to have other sites. And coming out of here today, I am glad that you are saying that regard our places of worship as those spaces, government, that count us in, count our facilities in, if we reach that level. And we pray that we don't reach there. We pray, but we must be ready. Even as we don't want to reach there, we must be ready. Should we reach there? How do we make use? So I'm very glad that all of you have come to this conclusion as well. We want to say to you, on the lockdown, We will raise it with the president. We are watching these numbers very, very closely. We are watching them very closely, and we are worrying and worried. I don't know what the two out of the 202 cases now, how many is Gauteng?
So we can add 15.
So you
Usually.
possibly around 100, because we almost half all the time, half or more than half. For the reasons we have, what is the number? Okay. Yeah, the Gauteng breakdown. You will have that, and I am glad as the Premier of Gauteng that amongst the measures, amongst the sectors that says we need to move swiftly, and we must increase. We mustn't slow down. We must increase the measures, and then we can't do it. We can only go back to the president, because one of the things I don't want to do, I don't want a Republic of Gauteng. This is led by our president, and he is not hesitant. He is not in denial. He is willing to listen. He is meeting with all the sectors. He is engaging everybody. So when you're doing that, we must all rally around his leadership. We don't want Gauteng to be going that way and talk about a lockdown in Gauteng. No. So, but we will give him feedback. I'm engaging with business this afternoon. There are other sectors that we are going to continue to engage using different forms as well. But a lockdown may just be where we are all headed. Yeah. And the decision to do so has to be made by our national leadership. And all of us say we have absolute confidence in our president. He listens, and he himself has dedicated all his time now on this issue. But it is true that once you make especially if the science, so Dr. Masuku will talk about this thing about how long can we think, the science of it, how it's basically turning the corner. The key thing is it may take longer, but once the numbers start to go down, we can then be saying we are turning the corner. We must arrest. What the Chinese have done is to arrest the numbers. So if we can do all these measures, and when you take a beta medicine, I don't know in the church whether there's something as beta as medicine. You must first introduce the little bit. So the president has introduced a little bit of a beta medicine. So you know what? We have tasted it from Sunday. I can see many of us are now saying, no, we can take this stuff. Even the bitterest of it, many of us say, we've now been thinking of it. But the thing with the lockdown is that if you don't work out how long, because you also have to work out, there must be a science of how long, because people can't take it forever and for too long. And I mean people, let alone the economy, because sometimes we think of the economy not as of people. So when those decisions are made, we as the leadership of the country, because we are the leadership of the country, you are part of that leadership. When that decision is made, we must be able to understand, after this period, we can come back to normal and start normalizing. But you have to do your calculations well and say that you will do it because that's why it will also be the question of the services. So when can you go back to normal services for the churches, including those who say we missed Easter, but you know, as a church, we want to organize a conference post this period, bring all our people together. There must be some certainty around after how long, because when you lead people and you want to take drastic decisions, there must be a sense of time, up to when. And I am saying that all those issues you have raised today, they will be factored back to the president. But I think we must all understand that that last measure, which is the most drastic of them, must always be preceded by proper preparation of what we have done. So let's enforce those things we have put in place now. Even the 100 in the church, you know, when you start there, yes, there are churches that have decided complete shutdown. We welcome you because you have worked out how you're going to compensate for that. Those that have reduced, we also welcome you because you are also introducing to people. You are going to use these Sundays to say to people, Kubi, it's difficult and things may go more than where we are. So we must also use this opportunity to prepare our people psychologically that we might go, and it might be soon, to even more measures. When you do that, we will carry the nation with, because when you face this situation, we don't want any sector to be left behind. And I'm glad that coming out of today is a common understanding that we are in this together. You as the people of God, as the people who are leaders in the sector, will also convey this message. Preparing for the most difficult times is something you don't do in 1 second. And get these messages to the places of worship, to the synagogues, to the mosques across our province, to all the churches. Let's get this message that just what you were saying here, that this may not be enough. Those who are still complaining of the current measures, say to them, in fact, the more difficult things may still to come. And I'm glad that you are also calling to order those amongst your fellow religious leaders. That one. Call them. You know, when I heard this, I asked, is that in Gauteng? And then they said, no, it's in KwaZulu-Natal. And someone else said, no, but there's another one in Gauteng. I said, no, angwazi. Because I know Baruti ba Gauteng, we have a forum. That's why we are the only cabinet, Reverend Chikani. It's not for the first time. In 2014, when I became the premier, I appointed one MEC amongst other government responsibilities who liaises with the sector, with the faith-based sector. It was in 2014 up to 2019, it was MEC Mayatula Khoza. You know, I always say the daughter of Reverend Mayatula. Now, after, thank you, Rev, you are rushing, I know. After in this term, it's MEC for Finance, MEC Norman Tunko we are not working with the sector on a once-off basis. That once in a while when there's a crisis, we meet with you. No, we are working with you every day. And we recognize that faith and spirituality is the nature of human beings. We are spiritual beings. Human beings cannot live by other things alone. They live by faith. Even those who don't pray, who don't do any of the things that you do, that we do, who we respect because our constitution respects them. But let me tell you, there are last moments when they ask that somebody must come and pray for them. Yeah. Even those who say we are of no faith, there are last moments when they say, call someone to come and pray for me. So we respect this. I also want to say that we will add that once a week we must have a forum. So we have the Provincial Command Council. The president leads the National Command Council. It meets twice a week. Yesterday, the political parties asked me that once a week, Premier, meet with us and brief us. But I think there was one one leader who suggested that even out of today's meeting, so that it's not a once-off thing. Father Mkacha was also saying, you can also report that we should convene once a week. We will find time, the best of time. But if the measures increase, we must communicate without meeting physically. Because we are heading there. We are heading where we can't meet with you like this, but we can communicate. And Umandlov was saying, you can, no, Aksu Umandlov, who was talking about Mantapu, you were talking about social media. It's social media in a igama elebi kakhulu. But communicating using technology, that we can reach you communicating using technology, because we may not meet in this form if the situation has to be escalated. A shutdown is a shutdown. If there is a shutdown, I can't call the 50 of you. When we reach that point, it means we all have, even with us in government, we will have to communicate in different forms. But we also want to make sure that the essential government services still continue, because the society, people need services. Our communities need services, government services. Not just ability to be able to go to the shop and buy bread, but government services must operate. We're scaling down normal health services. We want the health sector to focus on dealing with these critical issues. But in other sectors of public services also, core services must continue. But the call on a lockdown will be a president's call. I want to emphasize this. Advised by all of us. And we have a president who really is doing a lot. I want to emphasize this point and allow Dr. Masuku to deal with the rest of the issues about, I think when we face this crucial moment, we mustn't send confusing signals to our nation, to our communities, and think that, they shouldn't worry about getting infected because there is a vaccine, and that there's one part of the country that can get the vaccine, for that matter, a municipality that can get the vaccine, and then others will not get the vaccine. So we don't work like that. Sheer populism. That's sheer populism. And Dr. Masuku will just explain interferon properly. And what it is amongst those. It's already here in the country. The doctors already use interferon to treat, but as doctors, they make those decisions. And he'll explain what it and others do. But you can't create an impression that, no, you know what, there's going to be one part of the country that is saved because their mayor decided we are going to buy because others don't want to buy. It's a very wrong populist message. And at times, when we dealt with HIV and AIDS, and I'm glad you are here, Reverend Chikane, we had a difficult situation as a country to communicate and convey the message to the people. We have done a lot as a country from those years. And to convey one message, if we say we must do social distancing, the churches, including the churches, agreeing to suspend their own services. This is a message we must get around. But if we start saying that, no, there is a cure that must be given to people, then you are saying to people, no, they must not worry. They mustn't worry because they'll get the cure. It is misleading. And I want to apologize that it comes from a government. It comes from one leader of government and in your province. But it's a leader of the municipality. And he's got no authority to decide on what medication to buy and what not to buy. He doesn't have that. We give municipalities, we delegate health to municipalities as the provincial government. We delegate. And we met with all the 4 mayors of the district and municipality. He didn't raise that thing. He raised it only. He didn't raise it because we were going to clarify. He waited to raise it in the state. You know, the state of the city is a big thing. It's moments where people think they can just say anything. But we are one country. There's one Republic of South Africa. That's why the religious leaders, without exception, accept that we must go by the leader of our nation. And when we think, like we feel now, that these measures are not enough, we go back to him. Yeah, we don't announce that now the Republic of Gauteng is doing a lockdown. You know, there are people from Limpopo here, and Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. And if you have a lockdown in Gauteng alone, you think I can stop those people myself from deciding by they are going to their villages? How am I going to do it? Have traffic on the highways. They'll use all these other roads they know to escape, even if it's like they first have to go towards that way and go that way. That's why this thing needs everybody. If we say, should the decision by the president be a total lockdown, we know there's a lockdown of the economy. The transport system is not operating. So it's easier to implement. That's why it must be made at the right level and also at the right moment. And I think out of today, I feel very empowered that the religious sector in our province, people are prepared to go further, to even say that no. And in fact, many of you are already using YouTube. I know you. You're already talking to your congregation on YouTube. And you are on DSTV so much. You have these channels. Others may not afford, but you already know how you can communicate with your congregations in difficult times. This we encourage. But use even the 100 meetings, smaller meetings you are having this weekend. Just prepare our people for the worst of time. It is better to prepare for the worst and come out without getting to the worst, rather than to get to the worst and try to come out and it doesn't work. I think that's the message that has come out to you. Did I hear you well? Yes. So we are preparing for the worst, and we will hold hands together. So that later someone doesn't say, no, we were misled by the president. It is all of us. And the churches on the ground are going to be sites where services to communities to help prevent the spread and treat those who are infected. The churches will be those sites. So I would like to ask, our doctor always deals with the more issues of science, the science of things. He always deals with that very, very well. I am very happy to have an MEC for Health who is a medical doctor and a trained specialist. Yeah, he explains things in a way that you are convinced that, no, this can only be the way to go. Over to you, Dr. Masuku.
I thought that the Premier would have closed there, because now we have left the most difficult questions. But I think maybe just to start with the one of the interferon. Interferon is a treatment that we have. It's a protein that we all produce all the time when we've got inflammation or infection or even cancer. So it's a protein that you produce that helps us to deal with cancerous cells, and also it has antiviral properties. So of course it has been discovered long time ago. You know, all medicines, they've got different pharmaceutical companies and origins. And yes, in Cuba it's used more commonly. but we do have it. Actually, when we heard about the intention in the state of the city in Ekurhuleni, we also checked with our depot, our medical depot, that do we have it on stock? We do have it, but it's not treatment. It's one of the drugs that we use that enhance your immune system to be able to deal with what is troubling it. So it's used for mainly cancer, and it's used mainly for hepatitis, like your liver disease caused by a viral disease, which we don't have a lot of antiviral for. But again, a lot of work has been coming out. Currently, we receive more than 400 papers, research papers from different parts of the world, particularly China and Japan, just on new knowledge system that is developing over the COVID-19. There are different forms of antiretroviral drugs that have shown some property in terms of reducing the rate of multiplication of the virus. So in most of the places in parts of the world, they've been using different concoctions to see what will be most effective. There's also one chloroquine, which is the one that we use for malaria. And it helps with fever, body pain, and malaise. So we know that part of the symptoms of this virus is also those actually symptoms. And now they're utilizing also chloroquine. So it's a different methods that they're using, and everybody's producing some actually knowledge system about it. But also with the interferon, it's one of the benefits that is used, that it also helps your immune system to be able to mount the response quicker and actually faster. But it also has got that antiviral actual properties and anti-cancerous actual properties. And I think that we are going to get a lot of them, actually coming out. India is also packaging some form of concoction, and Cuba, they're also doing the same, not only using interferon, but most of the other actual things. And I think, Premier, it's correct that Pastor Archbishop Zondo will know that I gave the most horrific side of what we're proposing, what everybody is talking about. And the issue was that just to test what the response would be. And when I left Everton, I was confident that the president, whatever decision he takes, the people of South Africa will support that decision. And yes, we cannot take big steps because we have to consider some other things. I didn't lie. I did mention which parts of the province is hard hit. Maybe you didn't hear me. Okay. But I did mention them.
Just repeat.
I did mention them, that if you look at the picture in the country in terms of other provinces, all the rural provinces have got low incidences. And all those who are urban-driven provinces, they've got high. And Gauteng being one, followed by Western Cape, lastly being Eastern KZN. So if you look at it in our demographic here, you know that Sidibeng and Western might not be having any high numbers. So it will be Johannesburg, Tshwane, and Ekurhuleni. I did say it. So, and it's just how the nature of the whole thing is. And I think, Premier, most of the questions we can be able to deal
and
with.
Doctor, I think abafundisi bethu mele bayithole kahle. Ekurhuleni is the reception area for air travel. So there's a very good reason. And then Tshwane, it's where the embassies are. So there's a very, very good reason. But Johannesburg is where everybody moves in and out. So people don't just arrive at the airport and stay there. They arrive in Ekurhuleni and come to
Johannesburg.
They come into Johannesburg. They arrive there and go to the embassies in Tshwane. So the distribution, Ekurhuleni is the reception area. The distribution areas would be Tshwane and Johannesburg. And that's why, in that sense, our two districts would be treated like rural provinces. But we don't know for how long. That's why it may not be for long if these measures are not stepped up. So I thought that question for you is very important. But people often ask us which suburbs, and we refuse.
Which township and which street?
Which suburbs and which townships. And that's where we think that the stigma can become really dangerous. And at least the authorities are tracking. They know where the people who have to, even where the self-quarantined, they are putting in place measures to just make sure that in those areas. So at least the 3 metros are the high density areas for the numbers that we have announced now. So at least I hope that it's helpful, Mfundisi Mahlangu. Mfundisi Wam, I hope that is helpful. But the doctor is going beyond usually what he's willing to. He's bound by protocols.
Ethics. But I think, let me just cover that aspect of the interferon, which I think all of us understand that it's a treatment that we use, and it's all normally prescribed by subspecialists, those who do oncology and also infection disease. And I've never prescribed it as a specialist. I've never had to get to a point where I actually have to prescribe it. It's also, there's another antibiotic that we don't use commonly. Now we've got a lot of difficult bacteria, we call them superbugs, that are resistant to any antibiotic that we give. There's one that we use which is called colistin. So that one, everybody, like 4 people must sign for it, to eat, just to be given to a patient. And even the patient must be explained to why we have to give you this and what will be the effects. So we have to just know that there are some of these drugs that are available that we can use when the tough times come. The issue of high risk, yes, people who've got comorbid diseases like a pre-existing disease or condition, and the one that has been seen, it's cardiovascular, like your heart problems, your lungs, the TB, which we do have the highest population of people living with TB in South Africa, people with hypertension. So when you get this viral infection and you've got this pre-existing actual disease, it also predisposes you to high risk and high infections. The third thing that I want just to explain briefly is that 80% of the people who are infected do recover. 80% of the people who are infected with the virus do recover.
Yeah, it's very important.
So it means we need to be clear that it's not like when you have the virus, it's so mele usondele emoshar, uyos checker in. The issue is that 80% of the people who have the virus, they do recover and they do go home, because the virus, normally we say it's a self-limiting process. It's either it infects you, it kills you, and it dies with you, and it stops there, or the body is able to mount enough response of your immune system to be able for you to recover. And 20% or 19% of the population of those who are infected get severe symptoms which require admission. So it's not everyone who's infected with the virus will even have to require hospitalization.
May I ask to be released to go to the meeting with the business people so that we don't rush him from giving you very helpful information? Are you allowing me? And please continue to pray for us. Thank you.
Yes, so I was just saying that even the Wuhan province have got a high number of population of people who have recovered. And it's something that we also need to tell the people about, that there is and then 20%, sometimes they say 19%, they get severe symptoms which require them to be hospitalized. Then 1% normally the one that pass on. And we know that it's not good that people must die, but it's only 1% people who die out of this actually viral infection. And I think it's important that we also talk about, that's why we talk about sanitization of hands and touching, because when we talk about congestion in taxis or in public transport spaces, I've read a lot because I've been very anxious about it because we do have it, but it's not airborne, that's why I've explained. And when you are passing by, they call it transient spaces. They don't really get much more risk, except that when you touch surfaces. So that's why public transport, the major thing that needs to happen is to disinfect the surfaces in the public transport. But people, when they pass each other, they don't really infect each other that much. So it's all about the surface and touching the particles that are there. The last part is that even when you use the mask, there are conditions that why you have to use the mask. You know, it's either you are feeling sick yourself and you feel that you want to protect yourself, protect the other people from getting the thing. But if you are well and you put it on, but I see it's a very good fashion statement now, you know, about the mask. So we just have to maybe make sure that we provide more information in terms of what is it that we need to be doing. The World Health Organization gave us 4 scenarios to follow, giving us instances. We are lucky and fortunate now. I think it's everything that we have not had any death, and the majority of the patients that we have been having in the country, they've been recovering. Only less than 5% of them required admission. So most of them have been self-quarantining and self-isolation, and they've been recovering quite well. You know, I'm planning to see the 71-year-old that was one of the people that were infected that we announced 2 weeks back. But he's doing well. Actually, he was telling us that he wants to go and start working. This thing of self-isolation is not helping him. You know, he's one of the business people that we know. So those are the few facts about it. So it's not a death sentence. It's not all dark and gloom. And I know that people want a total shutdown. I also wanted one, but I had to accept what the president gives, and I think what was a good measures. But I think we are quite confident that we will be able to. You don't like that graph, but that graph is so important, you know, because Italy, Spain, Germany, Belgium, all of them, they didn't do any drastic measures. They didn't even do what we were saying that it's not enough. That's why they get that. Everyone else who did even the minimum, they never went up in terms of the peak. But thank you so much, and I think it was a good engagement. One of the good things about these engagements is that we also identify our own blind spots, things that we have never thought about and which now we need to think about, read about, and make sure that when we take decisions, they are scientifically and knowledge-based decisions. The other part of the theology, I think we'll take it out, because also we have to now talk about what is the role of medicine in natural selection. So, which is a philosophical thing that we need to talk about. You know, people, this thing, I spoke about it before, because people say, people come to hospital to die. People die. So I ask a question sometimes, where should they die? Should they die where they are not seeking help? And those who are sought for help, do they have to assist? And if they die, do we blame the person who was trying to assist? So that's where I think the theologian I needed, just to have a philosophical discussion. Maybe post the pandemic, we'll have this discussion and think about it, that in a real sense, what is the role of medicine in interfering with natural selection? Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Mhlomi. Can you try to assist us, because there's a question when you are closing with that how do we respond to what Father have said? Because Father said we must have a way of now having a message that we take across, and I thought part of the message that you will give us, even from the message of hope, we'll talk to what Reverend is saying. Besides that, we're going to have a subcommittee that we must deal with. And because we have this committee, which I think will identify, will indicate the leaders that believe that they can be part of this subcommittee, that must respond on this, that must meet weekly or communicate weekly in the message. But the responding part of how do we take it out to the communities, because I think that's what Father was saying again. So Mhlomi, can you quickly do that? Babu sifunga ubusiza uzokwazi usivalela uzenzele vote of thanks. Yeah. Ungaza ngapha babu sifunga uzokwazi usivalela. Yeah, you can quickly do it. Babu sifunga just 2 minutes and then Babu sifunga usivalela.
Let me take this time and this opportunity to greet the Premier in absentia, the MEC present here, Doc Masuku and Reverend Murane. And let me just say all protocol observed, respecting all the protocol of the church with its positions. I want to greet you all in the wonderful name, in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you, MEC. If probably we ought to conclude by the word of God, may I ask that we go together to the book of Psalms, Psalm 46. Psalm 46, from verse 1 to verse 11, without wasting time. I don't want to believe that I have to read everything, all the verses, but the book that probably I will be talking about is the Psalm 46. During this time and this event and this era that we find ourselves in, whereby we have to ask what God is saying in response to this pandemic. In a situation and in an era where probably it would be ideal for me to talk about the importance of a fortress or a refuge, then Psalm 46 comes in that instance and explain the importance whereby one finds himself or herself engaging in a warfare as we are facing and in a period of this corona virus situation. Without wasting time, because of time, if we had time, we would engage into probably the importance of a fortress and a refuge in God. But let me, because of the interest of time, draw you and the house in this issue where we find the issue that we are facing, the coronavirus, that seeks in a way to limit us and limit the lifespan and limit our way of life and seeks to be against the very same order of creation
as it was intended, and it is intended by God, with everything that comes with it and the fear that it brings to us. As we draw to the following verses of the very same psalm, we find that the creation itself, as you go down and read it, it's as if the creation itself is in war with its own self, with itself. And in that, that's where we find comfort in verse 10. And verse 10 says, "Be still and know that I am God." Probably what I am trying to say is that in this moment of crisis, in this outbreak, in this face of the adversary, in this very same thing that threatens the very essence of our lives, in this room where we all gathered as people of faith, maybe it is high time that we take a step back and really come to a point whereby we do an introspection in ourselves and come to a standstill and say, maybe it is high time that we become still and allow God to be God. Maybe it is high time that we do our own reflections and say, how about we keep quiet and allow God to speak? Because my understanding and my thinking is that in the very same moment where we are still, that does not translate and mean God is not speaking. But it is only us giving God an opportunity to lead and direct us. Maybe we are talking too much, that we are not hearing the word from God. As the people that are supposed to be giving direction, maybe we are giving direction, but the direction that we are giving is not coming from God, because we don't have the moment to be quiet and listen to what God is saying. Be still and know that I am God. As this faith-based and this religious sector, maybe what we need to understand and do is that the reason why we need to be still, these social distances that are being prescribed, these preventative measures that are being given out, maybe it is time that we still and we take a seat back and say, maybe we need really to be still, because our engagements seek not to heal, but we infect one another. But if we take a gap, take us and let God be standing in the gap so that he can shield both of us. Yes. Probably we might be the carriers because we are so ignorant and arrogant about it. Probably these social distances that we are meant to keep, it is high time that we collaborate with the government as people that are saying we're supposed to be giving direction and giving leadership. But us, our leadership, as the people of faith, we should allow God to lead from the forefront. And then from the forefront, when it is God, then we'll be able to lead people. We are a people of hope. We are a people that give hope. And the world, and the nation, the country, the communities, they are waiting on us to give direction. We won't be able to give direction if we don't have a moment on our knees and listen to God so that we give hope to the people out there.
One song from you. I know that's one thing that I love you about. You always take me somewhere when you sing that is Ufungo.
Ube wena waungenathi abe safeni ube wena ena waungenathi abe Hallelujah. Let me thank the program director, Pastor Musonkutu, ukusikhokhela mama size sifike la. Sibonge the convener of the faith-based organization, MEC Umama, Nomantu Ngomorani Hoko, for convening us to make sure ukuthi siyahlangana as the interfaith and deliberate on these issues. Siyabonga mama. Uyimbokodo uNkulunkulu akugcine njalo. To the MEC Dokotela Ubandile Masuku for presenting this kind of discussion today. Siyabonga ukuthi uziphe isikhathi wabanathi dokotela. Ubukhona bakho nje uthulile Reverend Moelane, siyazi ukuthi as a veteran you've said a mouthful. Kukhona ongabe ukukhulumile la. Siyazi ukuthi kunabantu abathulile like Archbishop Mshengu Shabalala. Siyazi ukuthi ubukhona benu la nithule nje, siyazi ukuthi kukhona ubuhlakane nabo. Father Simangaliso Mkhatshwa, siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi nikhona la. Reverend Chikane, ngiyacabanga ukuthi when you build that war room MEC siyadinga lokuhlakanipha nalokukhula, because ilesi sikhathi sokuhlangana kwabantu bebonisana ngento nangezwi elilodwa la kukhona uNkulunkulu phakathi. Allow me to also thank the interfaith community ukuthi ibe nesikhathi ishinto zayo izela ukuthi sizokwazi ukubambisana, and we continue to pray in our various areas to ensure that we praise God and thank God ukuthi thina usasigcinile kube bekangekho ngaba sikho la. So we'll pray for a confusion ekhona and the miscommunication, because izinto ezikhona as we discuss here abanye bethu. It's so unfortunate ukuthi MEC abanye bethu, because once ufaka ukholoro omunye wethu lo, if kunabantwana abasejele thina as true image of God as fathers, it means mistake yethu le noma abantwana bakho bangeke ejele, but if kunabantwana abarepayo, those are your children because you're a man. So ngizama ukuveza ukuthi if kunabafundisi abamoshayo sonke siyamosha. We cannot degrade the image of the president of our country, the number one in the country. Siye ku social media siyokhuluma lezi. Ngiyabonga Bishop Sibizi ukuthi ube bold and be courageous, because abanye siyasaba ukukhuluma ngalezi zinto. So ke ngicabanga ukuthi ufuna sikhulekise lo moya ongcolile MEC. Sikhulekise ubuholi, because when you say Reverend Mhloni, be still and know that I'm God. Funeka siqale sizibuke esibukweni thina, senze introspection. Ukuthi ngabe sifanele yini ukumela uNkulunkulu. Ngabe sifanele yini ukukhuluma isizwe likaNkulunkulu. Ukuze sikwazi ukuzihlola thina, ngabe sizokwazi yini ukumela isizwe sikaNkulunkulu. Naloko funeka sikhulekise as we depart to our various areas. ngicela shayela uNkulunkulu izandla ngokukhulu ukuzithoba kuye kwakhuleka umuntu obaba ngikrasha kakhulu iphathi yakhe MEC ngicela kuvala umuntu omama kube wena wawo genathi kabe
egameni loyise egameni lonyana nasegameni lomoya engcwele ka lebitso la ntate ka lebitso la mora ka lebitso la moya o halalelang in the name of our Father, the Son and the Holy Spirit. Thixo mdali wezulu nomhlaba sihlangene apha mesulungileyo ngoba kuvume wena sikubizile ke mesulungileyo xa siphuma emakhaya xa besilungiselela ukuza apha mesulungileyo sathi tweza amaphiko akho usifihle solusapho lwakho sakumema naxa singena kule ndawo sathi umoya wakho mawuphephezele kungalala thina nokwingqondo zethu nokufunda kwethu kodwa kulawula umoya wakho engcwele sibulela ke mesulungileyo ubukhulu bakho sibonile mesulungileyo uzibonakalisile ezimpilweni zethu wazibonakalisa nakule nhlangano mesulungileyo abanye bethu besize nje sizomamela mesulungileyo kodwa wanguThixo sizobulela nje siphakamisa ubukhulu bakho sithi akekho uThixo ofana nawe siphakamisa nje izandla sithi ulifanelwe ludumo uthwanetse ukithoriso siyazi ke mesulungileyo sokuba silapha nje singaba sibhetele kodwa kuvume wena sibulela ke Thixo okokuba usincedile wasivusa ezibhedini bakho mesulungileyo ongabanikanga nalentsikelelo masithi xa siphuma apha in everything that have been said siyobonakalisa udumo lwakho mesulungileyo let us go out there and represent you mesulungileyo nanku government wethu mesulungileyo umphathi wethu elizwe president wethu nabantu asebenza nabo mesulungileyo we thank the thoughts behind this mesulungileyo sibekho gqirha ezibhedlele mesulungileyo onesi mesulungileyo naba babengeleli besigcwele kule ndawo nabanye abengekhoyo apha siyababeka mesulungileyo sithi babonisa izinto ezisemfihlakalweni because we know ukuba ekuqaleni ilizwi lalikhona and you were the word mesulungileyo ayikho kanye into mesulungileyo esinayo esiqhayisa ngayo ngaphandle kwegama lakho we know only if we speak the word things will happen ke mesulungileyo the only thing that we asking is the wisdom from you siyacela ke siyazi ba singaboni phambi kobuso bakho athi umpetesha athi sihleze usenza into encinane mesulungileyo siyacela ke mesulungileyo xa sikucela celeka xa sikuthandaza thandazeka sinethemba ke lesulungu ba wena unguThixo oxolelayo unguThixo ongenazilandu nakuleyo isihlandlo mesulungileyo yehla kaneno mesulungileyo benathi we pray you in the three names mesulungileyo emagameni amathathu egameni loyise egameni lonyana nasegameni lomoya engcwele amen.
Lunch is served.
Siyebuyisela.
Directed where we'll be having our lunch.
We need to announcement MEC.
Lunch is served. The team at the door will direct you where we'll be having our lunch. And thank you so much for being here. We will definitely communicate with yourselves. Babu Simangalto Mkasho, you will guide me on how can we do this subcommittee that must work on that and identify key leaders that will work with us. Thank you, Papa Siabong.